Sweet. So, it feels like it's been really long since the last session. This week's gone quite slow.
It's been...
Right, so, in the last session of Curse of Strahd, you began fighting the werewolf pack that originally drew you to this land. And with the might of your combined efforts, you managed to defeat these foes that had been a thorn in your side by killing the pack leader, Kirill Stoyanovich, in the process. Upon exploring the rest of this den, you found a female werewolf surrounded by a foreboding statue of Mother Night and a number of caged children. And unfortunately, Meadhan also discovered the fate of two of his lost friends. You learned that the children were from all over Barovia, and even beyond the mist from hamlets such as Mistvale, and that they had been captured to strengthen the numbers of the pack, but also to serve as sacrifice to their dark mistress. After spending the night in the den, you put the female werewolf to death, and helped return the children to Krezk. However, this was not without complications, as Osdred received threats from an unknown entity. Nigel was confronted with the sight of his child, and Meadhan was cursed by removing his friend's instruments from the treasure hoard at the den. However, you eventually arrived in Krezk, and were surprised to receive a warm welcome as you took your first steps to becoming part of the Krezkite community. Dimitri, the town's burgomaster, showed you around the village briefly and introduced you to his wife Anna. They even allowed you to witness the birth of a child within their walls, a blessed event. You were told that your contributions to the community did not end with returning one of their children, though. And you would be expected to help out by gathering resources for the winter. And Dimitri suggested you could help by looking for a number of missing sheep that had gone missing recently. And with that, he took the children to be settled in with temporary accommodations and gave you his blessing to explore the town, encouraging you to introduce yourself to the citizens of Krezk. And that is where we begin our session. So let me take you over to the map of Krezk.
What number session are we, Lewis?
We are currently on session 24.
Thank you.
And are you recording?
Let me double check. I am definitely recording. Thank you.
Am I meant to be... We never sorted out stuff, did we, for me recording as well?
But actually, if you've got OBS just open, Tom, we can just record the audio at the very least.
Yeah.
So if you just...
Hold on. OBS. I said OBS it up.
And then if you remind me after the session, Tom, I'll send you... I'll stay on and we can set up it properly.
Okay. How do you do it where you just record audio?
It will record audio from your desktop, and your voice, from your mic. So there's two different channels at the bottom. There's desktop audio and mic. It will record both of them if you've got them unmuted. And regardless of what you want people to see, if you just capture... If you go on scenes and then go sources and then capture a window and then just capture the... You can just choose not to capture anything, but...
Because God forbid we see what Tom's looking at.
Yeah, exactly.
Delicious.
If you just play around with that, Tom, and let me know once it's... If you just press start recording on the right, and it should as long as you've not got your muted desktop audio and mic, it should capture whatever your... Even if it's just a black screen, it should capture your audio.
What, and everyone else's audio?
Yeah, it'll capture, because that counts as desktop audio.
Okay.
I've done a fancy thing, and I think it's working.
Cool. Well, hopefully it does work, and hopefully it doesn't break on my end, so it won't be an issue regardless.
So wait, is Tom's the primary or like a backup?
Mine's the primary, Tom's is just a backup.
Sure.
No, yeah, that should work.
Awesome.
Wait, everyone shut up for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting the music. Yeah, that's working
Awesome.
fine.
Cool.
Rightio. There we go.
So, like I said, you are within Krezk now. The time of day is approximately just before midday, maybe around 11:30. And the date is the 12th of Alturiac. So, Iron Oath. What are you doing within Krezk? You've got a lot of freedom to do stuff. You have been encouraged to introduce yourself to citizens. You could go around asking them more questions about the Abbey, perhaps ask them more questions about the lore of Krezk, perhaps, or just what life is like here in this small walled-in village. Like I said, you could go investigate the pool that has a shrine dedicated to the Morning Lord there. Or perhaps, if you're feeling particularly brave, you could go and visit the Abbey of St. Markovia, where the mysterious Abbot dwells above the city. Or village, rather.
What state are we in?
I think you've all had...
we travelled here.
You had a long rest before you left the werewolf den, and you travelled here without, thanks to Osdred's pretty damn good survival checks, you managed to avoid every single encounter that I had prepared for you. So, good job to Osdred on that one. The only person who is suffering a little bit is Meadhan, who woke feeling particularly tired, and without... seemingly without the same energy that he would be used to upon waking up.
Not the same, man.
It's fine, he's just a bit sleepy poos.
Osdred would mainly just want to head to the pool.
Okay. So that's the first thing on the list. Is there anything else anyone else would want to do on the way, or perhaps instead of heading to the pool?
Not really. Just kind of want to get a lay of the land and how the people are, if they're looking at us with, resentment.
Okay.
Helen would mention that potions.
About potions?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll start with Helen then. If you asked any of the either the burgomaster or any of the villagers of that dwell in Krezk, even the mention of potions would be unusual to them. They're not familiar with crafting them or creating them. A few may have heard of them and may recommend that you. They have heard of medicinal herbs that you can gather from the forest, the tree line beyond Krezk, but they strongly recommend you don't go out there, as they are fearful of ever leaving the confines of the village itself.
What a bunch of hicks.
They are, pretty much, yeah. Farrah, if you want to do a quick, let's say you wanted to just get information, correct?
Yeah, just about, the place, what the people...
About the place and what the people are looking at you like. Do a quick perception check for what they're looking at you like. 10. It's not that hard to gather exactly. You do get some uncomfortable stares, especially once you are not joined with the burgomaster. But any sign of you showing them his symbol or any signs of that upon your garb or anything that he handed you would be met with more relaxed states of mind. You do get the impression that some people still act very fearful towards you. It does seem, though, as if there is more of a community here, and it seems that there is more in terms of how people are comforting each other when others are scared and things of that nature, if you get my drift.
Yeah. Is there quite a lot of animals around?
In fact, you would see a lot of animals around. You'd see a lot of livestock that you'd see mostly. It seems there's near every house there seems to be like an outdoor pen that seems to attach to like an indoor section where you would see a number of chickens, you would see pigs, you would see sheep. It seems that most people keep at least one or two of their own livestock. And I would say also, if you're making your way up to the pool whilst you're doing this, at this part here, you would notice that there is a larger farmstead with a lot of sheep in comparison, maybe 24 sheep in total.
Okay.
What is the that we can see the general populace like? Like, how many are there? What sort of races, ages?
how many there would be? Let me just double check in terms of numbers quickly.
Like, if I was just going by this little picture, it looks like a village. Like, so
Definitely.
like...
One thing, and instantly, it's way less busy than Valaki, is that you notice.
Yes.
Not that Meadhand's been there, but Stefan can get that.
Yeah.
That mindset. Oh, excuse me. In terms of actual numbers, there might be maybe. You're not sure. Maybe there might be like 100 people living here, maybe a bit more, but you're not sure exactly. There's people around, but it's not bustling with activity or anything like that. And Farrah, you said you wanted to. Did you want to ask any of the people on the way to the pool? Did you want to ask them anything, or?
No.
No. Does anyone want to ask any of the villagers anything, or?
Osdred would. He'd be like, "Which way to the pool?"
Most of them would point. The pool is on the north side of the village. If you head up that way, you can't miss it.
The water's particularly blessed, or is there anything special I should know?
The waters are blessed by the Morning Lord. They have healing properties.
Has he noticed that Meadhand's looking a bit groggy?
Do a quick perception check for me. And do a deception check, Meadhand, even if you're not particularly trying to hide it.
Would it be perception or medicine?
Do a medicine check, Osdred. Yeah, that's a good shout.
What's deception?
Well,
The man would say, Osdred, he would say, like I said, the pool provides us with fresh water throughout the year, and it has healing properties. In fact, old Falcon was cured of his ailments when he was sickly a little over a month ago. We pray to the Morning Lord each morning that it doesn't freeze over this winter.
looks at Pitch, thinks to himself, and he's like, sounds interesting.
There is also a shrine
Is there-
there to the Morning Lord. We call it the Shrine of the White Sun.
Well, sounds like we should check it out. He looks around.
Okay, so if everyone is in agreement with Osdred, and you've got nothing more to ask any of the villagers in particular, or if you wanted to visit the farm or anything else.
Farrah, well, I don't want to ask. No, Farrah wouldn't ask.
Okey-doke. So in that case, you start marching throughout the small town. It doesn't take you long to get to the other side of the village. The actual length of the village is about... That's probably not accurate. Actually, it might be. Yeah, 1 square 50 feet. Yeah, so it's only about 300 odd, just over 300 feet, like sort of long, the village itself. It's not particularly massive, to be honest.
I'm trying to remember. We're not being led by the
Burgomaster, no longer. He once he'd done the sort of basic introductions and showed you around, he took the children you had with you and found them temporary accommodations, and he said you had freedom to explore the villages as you see fit.
Yeah, okay.
So, you make your way down to the pool. Bear with me. I'm just going to take another drink. Right. Let me move you over.
Ooh,
To this side.
who's that?
Alright. Quickly turn the music up.
It's the Morning Lord, Stefan, you filthy heretic.
So, bear with me.
Oh, nice music.
Oh man, his internet's too slow to play anything music.
Oh,
Damn, son.
So, with me while I grab everything.
Who is this guy and why is he hooling? He's a
So,
hooler, man.
even under grey skies, this pool at the north end of the village shimmers and sparkles. Near its shore sits an old gazebo on the verge of collapse. A wooden statue of a mournful, bare-chested man, its paint chipped and faded, stands in the gazebo with arms outstretched, as though waiting to be embraced. What are each of you doing? Osdred, you were the sort of the one leading this up to the pool. Is there anything you'd like to do?
What does the pool look like? Because I can't actually see the map.
It is a sort of a very dark blue to it, and it almost sparkles, the water itself. There's almost like steam sort of coming off of it.
What do you think? Shall we strip off?
It would be something to feel vaguely clean again.
Farrah's gonna look at this statue.
Mm-hmm. What are you looking for?
So if it looks as old as the gazebo.
It certainly does. You can see that it definitely looks like time has taken its toll on this statue.
So, I wonder why they haven't fixed it up. Hello?
Hello? Is Kieran?
Yeah.
Or is he
Is
just...
anyone?
Yeah, but I can't actually. It's not actually loading anything, so.
It doesn't matter, as long as you can
You
hear.
have to
There's
describe it to me.
Well, like I said, you can see that there's a pool at the north end of the village. It's surrounded by a number of trees that are all covered in snow, and the grounds beyond it are also covered in snow. And you can see that right next to the pool stands an old wooden gazebo that some of the vines from the ground are reaching up and sort of tangling their way around up to the roof, where lots of snow sits on top and a few holes sit. In the gazebo itself, you see a wooden statue of a mournful, bare-chested man. You see its paint is chipped and faded, and it stands in the gazebo with arms outstretched as though waiting to be embraced.
Sort of look around, be like, walk up to the pool, and sort of, okay, I can see it now. He would sort of ignore the figure, and he'd go up to the pool himself.
Yeah.
And he'd just do a little prayer to Doomafine by the pool.
Okay.
Probably like try. There's no real way of him detecting if there's any like magical stuff to the pool, is there?
Not without a detect magic spell, but you do know that Nigel and perhaps somebody else possesses that ability.
Probably wouldn't bother asking. Oh, would he?
You have done before.
He'd
Oh, Nigel, get your wand out.
yeah, he'd be like, this is all very serene and beautiful, but I wonder if there's anything more to it than that. He'd look at Nigel and he'd be like, Nigel, can you see if there's anything special about this place beyond its beauty?
Yes, okay, I see what happened. I mean, do the detect magic thing.
Okay, so as you detect magic, Nigel, you get a sense, like a glow coming from the pool itself, and do a quick wisdom check for me.
That's very low.
12, okay. You get the sense, Nigel, that this magical essence once was a lot stronger than it is right now, but the glow still seems to irradiate off this like holy essence to it.
Okay. He would tell Osdred that. It have holy essence.
Osdred is he's gonna look around, take off his little boots. He's gonna go for a little paddle in the shallow bit just to sort of see if it's rejuvenating at all.
So you put your feet in, and it's not quite as cold as you'd expect, but it's still pretty icy water, but not enough to really shock your system. It's almost like putting your feet into maybe a cold pond on a winter's day, and doesn't seem to have any immediate effect from what you can tell.
Does it feel nice though?
Feels nice, yeah. Feels relaxing.
Yeah, at that point he'll probably just sit by the pool with his feet in it and sort of like splash about a bit.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Helen will step to him
Yeah, Pitch will join him.
and say, "This is surprising. This pool's actually not horrible."
It is a bit weird and, well, it's nice to have a bit of a reprieve.
Farrah noticeably stands right at the back, not in the pool, and she's gonna just stand there.
Okay.
Meadhan's gonna do something different.
Okay.
Cannonball!
He feels sad seeing the gazebo just like falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
So whilst everyone's like doing whatever they're doing, like just pretty much the whole time, constantly, he's just going to be casting mending on it.
Okay. So
Okay.
slowly but surely, as you are sitting down amongst the pool, you start to see Meadhan slowly begin fixing up various aspects of it. Little by little, you see some of the wood rejoin, and some of the more rotted parts of the wood lower down, and some of the more broken parts mend to fix back together. And it would take a long time to get it back looking as it maybe once did, but it certainly looks a little bit less dour in the time that Meadhan spends casting mending on this small building.
Meadhan say
He
you'd
doesn't
been
expect
here
to,
before. Sorry.
You were saying?
I was saying, did Meadhan say he's been to Krezk before?
Only the outskirts. He wasn't.
He was never invited inside, no.
Okay.
Okay, so as you all sit on the edge of this pool, you see, whilst Van Richten and Esmeralda, they would have let you sort of explore the town yourself as they tried to sort of settle in and get their wagon prepared outside the village after Osdred's recommendation that they do not bring Ravi inside and the like. However, Irina and Ismark do join you, and as you all move closer to the edge of this pool, that you see that Irina has started to take like a few steps towards the edge, and then she stops suddenly. And before her...
Osdred,
Sorry, go on.
Osdred, if he like sees her hesitate, he'd be like, "Come on in, Irina. The water's fine."
And as you say that, Osdred, you begin to see, like, emanating up from the pool, a almost spectral light that seems to be drifting from the centre of the pool up, and it kind of makes its way around where your legs are placed within the pool, and then drifts towards Irina directly. And as it does, an image begins to unfurl, like an artist making wild strokes across their canvas. The light begins to encompass the entirety of the sparkling blue waters, giving the appearance of a frozen pond. It's quite beautiful. How do any of you react?
Yeah, I think Farrah would have walked up a bit to Irina, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Osdred would have jumped back out of a pool, like, whoa.
Yeah, Pitch would have pulled his feet out.
Okay. So with the last touches, the image comes together, materializes, and it stands directly in front of Irina at the edge of the pool, locking eyes. And the image materializes into the image of a man. He is tall, gaunt, and dressed in finery befitting a man of noble, even royal stature. He looks remarkably like Strahd von Zarovich. Except he's not. As you all look upon this image, you can see sadness in his eyes that turns to joy upon seeing Irina's face. He bows before her. Tatiana, he speaks before offering his hand in a gesturing motion. Irina recoils slightly before almost unwittingly extending her hand. Do any of you react?
Just steps us slightly forward. That's it.
Can I do an insight check on
The Spectre?
Let's go. I was going to say Irina, actually.
Okay.
Hey!
Not sure. All you can tell that she seems kind of dumbstruck. She seems like overcome.
Osdred would just be like, Irina! And then he'd look at Ismark.
Ismark is kind of staring at her, and again he kind of like walks forward with a kind of look on his face. And then before he has a chance to get to her, you see as she kind of extends her hand, slightly shaking, the spectral figure holding out its. You see a spectral figure emerge from her body. The figure looks remarkably like Irina, but once more you can tell that she is not. The figure takes the hand of the man and bows towards him. Her face is radiant and she smiles at each of you. Together, hand in hand, they bow towards all of you as they begin dancing atop this otherworldly pool. They skate their way across this spectral ice, eyes locked upon each other. They look happy, and for a moment you watch and simply appreciate this serene yet surreal moment. After almost a minute, the figure returns to the edge of the pool as they embrace each other, as the spirit of the woman begins to dissipate before your eyes and returns to the body of Irina Kolyana. The man turns towards all of you. He smiles and then vanishes.
Irina?
As you approach Irina, Farrah, you see her fall to her knees and she looks up at you, and then she has this kind of weak smile across her face, and she says, I understand now. He's the man's name, he was Sergei. I think they were to be married. I don't know how or why, but I'm bound to her. This Tatiana.
So, I think Kieran's worked something out, but I want to see if Ostred's worked it out.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I say what it is?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think because the souls, they can be born soulless, her soul is Tatiana, so she's kind of her, she is Tatiana's soul, or something like that.
Feel free to roll for it if you think Osdred
What
would
is
know
that, religion?
I would say just do a general intelligence check. I'll make it... How unlikely do you think Osdred would be able to figure that out, Kieran?
He's not that much. Don't know if he's smarter or dumber than me. But
I think a 14 is pretty spot on, so I would say Osdred would be able to figure that out if you figured that out.
okay. Yeah, he would be like, if it's your soul must be Tatiana, Arena, and that's who Moonbeam has been asking over, so I guess your body supports that soul, so you're both Tatiana and Arena.
She kind of looks down as you do, and she looks down at the floor and kind of like nods in determination. I think you are right, Mr. Osdred. I think for as long as I draw breath, we are forever bound, forever entwined in fate.
So is your soul just going to stay here skating around the pond?
She shakes her head, and she says, now I know better than ever. And she looks around at all of you and says, thanks to all of you, looking at people who, despite everything that has happened, still choose to defy him. No, I will not stay here and dance, Mr. Osdred. I must defy fate.
Farrah sort of steps
Suit
closer
yourself.
and sort of smiles at Irina.
She kind of like pulls herself to her feet and she says, I must not fear the devil. No, not the devil. The man who lives in that castle. To do so would only bring me closer to that place in my heart. A place I dare not linger or be lured by passionate destiny. Let us go.
Did you get any insights into the pool during that little dalliance?
I just know the man's name was Sergei. I don't know why. I don't know who he is.
Ostred's gonna like cup his hands and go get some water and drink it.
Okay.
See if it fixes his stomach.
And as you do, Osdred, you drink over it, and there's a massive calming effect on your stomach, and you get the benefits, if they help at all, of the spell Lesser Restoration.
No, it doesn't.
Unfortunately, it does not fix your wound, but it is soothing.
He'd say to everyone else, like, if anyone's feeling a bit, not great, it tastes fine.
Farrah, as Irina walks towards you, you see her expression is unlike you have ever seen it before. And perhaps moments of it have shone through back in the church in Valaki, but nothing quite like this. She has her head held high. She no longer looks afraid, she looks determined. And then that moment is broken as suddenly a peal of thunder shakes the land.
Yeah.
And the dark clouds coalesce above you all as you sit around this pool, and they coalesce into a terrible visage. A deep, dark voice from beyond the mountains cries out, "She is mine!" And a terrible crack sounds once more as blue lightning splits the sky and strikes down at the pool. Can everyone who is within 15 feet of the pool make a dexterity check for me, please?
How far is the gazebo?
Probably about 10 feet, so...
Oh, alright.
Dex check or dex save?
Dex save, sorry. Dex save.
Oh, Osdred actually did alright.
Is next to Irina, I assume, which is within 15 feet, right?
Mm-hmm. Have Irina and his mark do them as well, Tom?
She.
Does Nigel get advantage because he can see it?
Yes, he would. And okie doke. So you are all, apart from Helen and Pitch and Osdred, all fail, which means you are knocked prone. Can you please describe to me exactly where you would have been standing, Osdred? Would you have been in the pool, or would you have been? Would any of you still have had your feet in the pool, or anything like that?
No.
Nigel would have his feet right on the edge because he'd have seen everybody else like take their feet out of the pool, but he'd be sort of waiting until nobody was looking so he could put his feet back in.
Okay. Pitch, you said your feet were in the pool. Would they still be in the pool?
No, I said I pulled them out when Osdred did.
Okay. Okay, good thing. You were all knocked prone as the blast just almost like a shockwave just sort of echoes across the land, and you're kind of all pushed back onto your sides. You don't suffer any damage, but you see the pool's essence seems to go dim slightly, and it no longer sparkles quite like it once did.
He killed the water.
Pitch has got his water skin out and open, just like, oh.
Farrah looks to her Irina.
She looks back at you. She kind of like go on.
No, you go.
She kind of like pulls herself to her feet slightly and kind of offers you her hand.
Yeah, she'll help her up.
And Ismark kind of rushes over to her like, Irina, are you okay? And she kind of nods quietly. Miss Farrah, is everything okay?
She looks over to everyone else near the pool, or nearer to the pool. It looks like it. What was that, Strahd?
Irina just looks up and she's like, who else could it have been?
I suppose.
As you're sitting around the pool, you see a number of villagers start to sort of gather at the lightning strike, and they're just kind of looking on like a sort of what the fuck happened kind of thing.
Yeah. The pool no longer sparkles. Is the magic gone, Nigel?
And Nigel, you would sense that the magic has dimmed even further. Any essence of it left feels so insignificant that in its current state it seems to have no particular effect.
Not gone, but not really there either.
Can I do an insight on the villagers that came to check out?
Yeah, of course. What sort of thing is Meadhan looking for?
How do they? What's their general feeling?
Yeah.
Are they just
roll me an insight
curious?
check.
Are they scared? Are they?
No rolls the insight. They, from what you can tell, Meadhan, they do look scared. They do look curious. They're the two sort of emotions that come to your head instantaneously. None of them have approached yet, so that's all you really gather.
Osdred be like, we'll tell the town master when we see him.
Okay.
But are you okay, Irina? I mean, your soul was from your body momentarily.
She kind of looks She looks determined, and she looks almost shaken yet unshaken at the same time. She looks like she looks like she should be more in shock, but she's kind of like, she looks like she's kind of accepted it, and she's just like, I am fine. She kind of looks to Nigel for support, and she's like, I think I'm ready to leave this place now, though. The pool, I mean.
You sure, Arena? It's not every day your soul goes for a little dance on the water.
No, but I think you are right, Mr. Osdred, that something about this, my soul, I'm tied to this Tatiana. It makes sense with everything that's happened. I do not like it, though.
I think Farrah just nods to Irina, acknowledging her wanting to leave, and she's just going to start walking away.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Can Osdred work out that if with the holy water being too diluted in his body?
How do you mean?
Like if he threw it up, would there be some sort of residual?
I think so, yeah. I think he only just drank it maybe minutes ago. It's not.
He'd look at Pitch and he'd be like, I know I just drank some of that water. Do you want to give it a go?
What do you mean?
Well, maybe if I sicked it up and we applied it to your hand, maybe something would happen. I don't know.
I feel like this place is bad enough without us vomiting on each other.
Well, it definitely did make me feel something. I'm not sure if my stomach's any better, but
I'm willing to bypass that potential benefit. I want to know who the man was.
Did he say his name was Sergei?
He didn't, but Irina said she thinks his name was Sergei, and she doesn't know why.
Kind of.
Well, maybe we should ask around about Sergei, who's somehow connected to the... He points at the statue.
And looks very much like Mr. Moonbeam.
Well, I think he was a lot better looking, to be honest.
It could be a potential weakness if he didn't have good relations with family members.
But he seems to be passed on. Well, maybe not. Who knows?
He saw us enough to smile, to bow. There's some interaction.
I just wonder what the lightning did.
I think we just saw, at least for me, my very first weather-based tantrum.
Glad he didn't make it rain either.
Yeah. Well, I'll pass on the vomit for now, but I appreciate the thought.
Osdred just like and like starts walking away.
Okay. I'll take you back to the Krezk map. Where did that stop playing? There we go. So, you've had a chance to visit the pool, and something unusual has certainly happened. With that in mind, what is the Iron Oath's plan from here? Where do you wish to visit? Where do you wish to go within Krezk? It has maybe only been an hour since your parting with the Burgomaster. There's still much of the day left before it goes dark.
Fuck. What? Fuck. Wait. Aren't we meant to do something at the water to get the Abbot's attention?
Pissing it.
I don't think so, particularly.
It was mentioned it was like, make your offerings. Something like that.
God, if I can't remember it, then unless I misremembered something or misspoke on something.
Can't see it in my notes. Oh well, maybe it's just my brain coughing up. Maybe it's just my brain vomiting up holy water. Yeah, Pitch would just mention that we need to find a place to stay, and also I'd like to make contact with the Abbot.
I would say that you would remember, Pitch, that the Burgomaster did offer his lodgings to you. That at their house you were welcome to stay this evening whilst they tried to find more permanent accommodation for you.
Okay. Then just the Abbot, I guess.
So Pitch would like to go visit the Abbot. Is anything else to... The other thing I think the Burgomaster mentioned was you guys could help out by chopping wood, by providing any of the preparations for winter. And you could also help out by maybe going to see about these missing sheep, perhaps. That's another thing.
Oh, yeah. Where's the missing sheep?
They're on sort of this side of town with the farm. You walked past it on your way up here.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Should we do that before the Abbot or after the Abbot?
It's up to you.
Before.
Huh?
Let's do that right now.
Okay.
Okay, so do you all head over to the farmstead?
Yeah.
Okie doke. So, you make your way back through the streets, and you definitely get more stairs this time as many of the villagers gather around the lake, some of them sort of looking at the water, seeming a bit confused by what happened, and also but just curious of the visage in the sky. You can see some of them are praying to the Morning Lord, as they do. Only taking but most of them seem to be continuing with their duties as they gather up food and wood and other bits of materials to prepare for winter. And you march, eventually arriving at a small farmstead that sits on the west side of town. As you approach, you see a small building, not particularly more grand than any of the rest of the buildings in Krezk. Small one-story cottage, much like all the other buildings. You see a wooden fence that's making its way around with a number of sheep outside. Like I said, you see about maybe 24 sheep in total. And at the front of this farmstead, you also see quite a tall man who looks is slightly balding on top. Maybe he looks maybe in his late 20s to early 30s. He's got like sort of quite large ears, quite a large protruding nose as well, and a kind of a cleft chin as well. He seems to be sort of standing in with the sheep and kind of lifting these stones up against the fence.
Okay.
Osdred's just going to shout out, you missing any sheep?
The man kind of looks around at you, and he kind of just like sort of stares at you and then sort of doesn't reply straight away, and then goes back to lifting stones again.
You must be feeling a bit sheepish.
Could I
Osdred would shout back.
Insight on him?
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can do an insight
Go ahead,
if you like, Needham.
I will get a good one. There we go.
21, very nice. You get the impression when he turns away, Meadhan, it's almost like when someone turns away where they're like, oh, he can't possibly be talking to me.
Huh. Okay. kind of dismissive.
Yeah, or kind of, yeah, but also in a kind of more innocent way. With a 21, you definitely get that.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be any kind of like cruelness, or much like when you've experienced other, well, not you so much, but when you've experienced cruelness from people in general, you don't get the same kind of vibes. You say you called back again, Osdred?
He'd be like, "Oi, Stone Stacker, talking to you."
He kind of like gets up and looks around sheepishly, and he kind of moves a bit closer, but he's kind of like staring down at his feet as he does. This man's pretty tall. He's maybe not quite as tall as Nigel, but maybe standing around sort of 6'4", 6'5". And he kind of like sort of walks up to you, kind of shuffles up to you. He's kind of like playing with his hands as he does, and he sort of says, "You talking to me?"
Yeah, we heard you were missing some sheep.
Yeah. Luca can't count the sheep because he got kicked in the head, but Luca knows that two sheep are gone.
Do you know? Was this outside the walls?
He just looks at you like confused. Luca's favourite sheep was Brownie. Brownie was nice to Luca and always let him pet her. But one day Brownie was gone. People call Luca a dunderhead, but Luca knows that Brownie's gone. Brownie probably in the dirt with Daddy.
Well, Luca, you seem fine to me. So when did you last see Brownie?
He kind of like thinks for a second. Do me a persuasion check, Osdred. And do a persuasion check. He kind of like looks like at you kind of a bit more carefully. He's like, "You look strange. You don't. Daddy told me not to trust strangers."
Well, the townsmaster said we should help you, and I'm just a bit short.
Luca, not sure.
Maybe you'd rather talk to my friend. And he looks around. Helen?
Yeah.
Oh, you're very pretty, lady.
Oh, thank you. It's
Daddy told me not to trust strangers. This man, strange.
Oh, surely not. He's a lovely boy.
He looks strange.
Well, you shouldn't judge people based on their looks.
Kind of looks down for a second in thought, like deep in thought, as he's trying to consider what he's saying, and he's like, "Not what they look. You're pretty, lady."
Now you're doing it again.
He kind of looks down again, like deep in thought, and then it's just like, "Yes, Luca Dunderhead."
No, you're not a dunderhead. I accept the compliment. You have good taste.
Thanks. Do a persuasion check with advantage, Helen. "21, nice." He's like, "Luca likes you. You're nice, lady." He's just sort of standing there, looking like smiling at Helen, and then sort of like If he had enough hair to play with, he'd be playing with it.
Helen, ask him about where he lost his sheep.
Oh, it's George disconnected, maybe.
How old is this
Oh,
guy?
I'm pressing the wrong button, lol.
Oh, lol.
I said, where is the sheep?
Brownie and the other one, Curly, they're gone.
Yeah, but where have they gone?
I don't know.
Did you lose them outside the town?
No, Daddy said don't go outside the village. Don't go outside walls.
Probably a good idea.
Brownie was here 2 days ago.
And then he suddenly disappeared?
Yeah, Brownie gone. Just like
Where-
Daddy.
And
Daddy went away. He never said goodbye. Luca
Was this-
thinks Daddy's in the dirt.
Oh, goodness. Was this 2 days ago as well?
Daddy left 2 days ago. Daddy left to find wine.
Oh, goodness me. Well, we'll see if we can find them all, shall we? So where did you last see your Brownie and Curly?
They was in here. The lady told me to put the stones in to fix the fence, and all day Luca's getting stones. And maybe Brownie got out with no stones. Luca's a dunderhead.
Can I scour about for clues?
Yeah, do me an investigation check.
I can't find any clues.
Yeah, you look around, Helen, and yeah, you think it'd be hard to spot anything with a particular note. You're kind of a bit absorbed by this strange man.
Well, I'm not sure I have much idea about these sheep, but I'll keep an eye out for them. I'm sure they'll turn up.
Luca thinks they're in the dirt with Daddy. Luca would love to see Brownie again, though. Brownie was nice to Luca and always let him pet her.
Are there other sheep around?
Yep, about nearly 2 dozen.
Osdred would be like, Farrah, maybe you could talk to the sheep, see if they saw anything.
I would if I'd prepared to speak with animals today.
Can't you
Is
just
it,
turn into one?
What was that, a meathead?
Hey, can't you just turn into one?
I can, but it doesn't help me with the language.
Doesn't it?
Nope.
No.
Oh, boring.
What a waste.
So what are you doing, guys?
I want to find the sheep. Although if they're dead, so... Although where's his dad gone?
I don't know.
Said he went to a wine place.
What? Wine place?
He said he would have to get wine. That's what he said.
Oh. Okay. So where's the wine place?
Where
Well,
we've come
winery
from, I
previously.
imagine.
Yeah.
So we should have seen him on the way, but we don't think we did, so he's probably
yeah,
dead.
do me an intelligence check.
Well, we saw someone on the way.
Oh, fuck.
Oh man.
Natural one.
Wow.
Oh,
Tom don't remember, and Pitch doesn't remember.
Kieran remembers.
Pitch can't believe we're standing around talking to this guy about sheep when he's missing a fucking hand.
Yeah.
Osdred's gonna get that bronze ring out.
Yeah.
He's gonna give it to Helen to give to the guy. He's gonna be like, we found this on our way here.
He kind of looks to it, and he's as Helen kind of hands it, and he's like, "This Daddy's ring."
no.
Did Daddy give it to you? Are you friends with Daddy?
Well, we did what we could for your daddy, but he wasn't very lucky.
He kind of looks down. He's like, "Luca knows he in dirt now."
Well, we gave him a good burial, so
He looks very saddened as he just kind of looks down at the floor. Luca thinks he go now. And he sort of goes back, he sort of walks away from you and starts picking up these rocks and trying to sort of stack them up against the fence.
That's so sad.
Osdred just sighs and he's like, why has everything we've done here gone terribly so far? He looks at Pitch and he's like, good thing we didn't go to the Abbey first.
Pitch is just spaced out.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if you guys have got anything else to do here, then
Hannah wants to do so many things.
Osdred will say he'll be like, Farrah, maybe you can prepare a spell for tomorrow and we can talk to the sheep, see if they've seen anything.
Maybe. If it's... She looks at the sheep. They're not very smart.
Surely this is a walled settlement. Either the sheep are still inside and all we need to do is wander around and find them, or they've been taken outside, in which case we're screwed.
Or they've been taken to the Abbey.
In which case we could go there.
Or they've been transformed into people.
Farrah looks at the guy stacking thingies and she says, describe the missing sheep to me.
There's Brownie. She got dark fur, and then Curly, who don't have much fur. Curly Little.
Curly Little and a sheep with... Yeah, okay. Any more descriptions than that?
Brownie, brown fur, and Curly Little fur.
Okay. Well, I'll try my best. And she steps away from him. Sighs.
We should go up to the Abbey, get out of the way. It's probably not going to be good, but...
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Come on, positive attitude.
Osdred just got the raised from the dead back in his head, and he's like,
Okay, so are you making your way up towards the Abbey?
The Abbey? Oh, yeah. Oh, can we save first?
Of course, yeah. You would just be able to take a short rest in this time if you wanted to.
Yes, please get my wall chain.
So feel free to roll any dice if you need to, or get any of your abilities back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tom, I would like to remind you that Pierre Billy Bonbonbiere got kicked in the head too.
He did.
I went away for 5 seconds to get some dinner, and I came back, and all of a sudden Pierre Billy Bonbonbiere was here.
Oh, poor Pierre. A man before his time.
Poor Pierre.
Right,
Monsieur.
so you make your way up to the winding road that leads up to the Abbey, and as you do, on your way, as you get to sort of the edge of the road and heading sort of halfway up, you see a man standing there, who's kind of a gruff-looking man, very kind of red, very red cheeks, not too familiar from how Osdred looks, but with a much greyer, messier beard. He wears kind of like a straw hat, with kind of like wavy white hair that kind of blows slightly in the snow. His clothing is quite thick and warm with sort of wolf furs, and he kind of like he says you're planning to go up to the Abbey?
Yes. Looks that way.
Oh, you don't want to go up there? It's cursed.
Well, everything is cursed in this bloody land.
Says, well, that one's very cursed.
It's a deep exhale from Pitch.
Who are you, old timer?
Name's Emmerich.
And what sort of curse is it?
They say that the Abbey was once a hospital and a convent, but fell on hard times after the land was swallowed up by the mists. Some of the clergy fell prey to the devil, and others went mad and starved themselves to death or turned to cannibalism. They say it's cursed with the ghosts of the people who here. Not to mention the Abbot himself.
You ever heard of a guy called Sergei von Zarovich?
He shakes his head.
It's worth a try. Well, thanks for warning us, but we're going to be heading up there anyway.
You watch yourself, that Abbot. He's a strange one. I think he might be Strahd himself the devil himself in disguise.
You must be a popular man around here, Emmerich.
What?
Never mind.
You watch yourself.
We heard that someone came back from the dead the other day. You know anything about that?
The Burgomaster is, rumours say, visited the Abbey. None of us visit the Abbey anymore. Sometimes I can hear baleful screams and horrible inhuman laughter. The Burgomaster's been blind to that since his son was brought back, though.
Osdred looks around.
It's fine, we don't have to go. I'll just play a drum one-handed or something.
Well, me and looks at Nigel. He's like, we had something in mind actually, bitch. He gives you a wink.
Yes.
The old man kind of walks off and he's like, careful now you're here. And then sort of limps off into the village more and back to his kind of the dwellings of his home. So, you guys planning to head up?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, bear with me 1 second. So, the switchback road that hugs the cliff is 10 feet wide and covered with loose gravel and chunks of broken rock. The ascent is slow and somewhat treacherous, and the air grows even colder as one nears the top. So, bear with me 1 moment.
As it gets even colder, Farrah does a little produce flame, make it a little bit warmer.
Okay, let me drag you over. In fact, I'll set your tokens up on there. Actually, I'll take you to this scene first. Alright. So you're not quite inside yet, but this is the kind of image you get. Let me turn the music up.
It's cozy.
Alright. And then I'll set your tokens on the actual map itself. Bear with me.
Sure, there's no fairies here.
Sure, nothing
No.
there.
Looks perfectly safe.
Oh, God, it looks like Birka now.
God.
I was actually thinking it looks like the scene and the sort of camera angle you'd expect from a Resident Evil game.
Yeah, feel free to chat amongst yourselves, because this is going to be a moment when I set this up.
These people up here there.
You are not quite that close yet, I'll say that much, so
Okay. Yeah.
bear with me.
So, which shop is everybody going to go to first when they open on Monday?
Oxfam Bookshop Union.
I want to know what broke this wall. Is it just old age? Something else whacked into it?
Broken wall?
Yeah, no, it's broken wall.
Oh. Let me investigate it. I know a lot about walls.
Oh, God, I better do my stone cunning on it.
Oh, yeah.
Someone took a bite out of it.
Oh, no.
It's like a classic brick wall to me. I think just
I will
maybe a mark.
I will ask you guys, would you all be taking everyone up here, including Irina and Ismark?
If they wanted to come, I guess.
Pitch
Why
would have
not?
made it very clear that no one has to come.
Ismark would be against it after hearing what the guys said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's very much, but Irina's kind of like, I'd rather stick with everyone, but if I will leave it up to you.
Osdred would just look at Ismark and he'd be like, really? We've been through all this and you're scared to go to a little abbey? And he points at it.
Do the intimidation check. He's like, he kind of sighs and he's like, "You're right. Let us go." But you can see that he's still got his hand sort of nervously close to his sort of sword at all times as he walks up, sort of watching carefully as you approach. Let me just.
Osdred would notice and he'd be like, yeah, we better be ready. Just kind of sighs, like, gotta be ready for anything here.
Let me drag you over to the map. You should be able to see yourselves in the bottom left-hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
So let me describe to you what you can see. So, the road from the village climbs above the mist to the wide ledge on which the abbey is perched. There's a light dusting of snow covering the trees and the rocky earth. The gravel road passes between two small stone outbuildings, to either side of which stretches a 5-foot-high, 3-foot thick wall of jumbled stones held together with mortar. Blocking the road are iron gates attached to the outbuildings by rusty hinges. They appear to be unlocked. Viewed through the gates, you can see the stone abbey is quiet, its 2 wings joined by a 15-foot high curtain wall. A belfry protrudes from the rooftop of the closer north wing, which also sports a chimney billowing grey smoke. So, you'd be able to find yourselves sort of up here more like. This is the towers in front of you that I described, with the gates that appear to be open.
Okay. Well, are there those people on the wall, or are they not there?
That's further in. That's why I said.
Yep.
Yeah. Just what I described, yeah. So, please describe to me, guys, what you're doing and how you're approaching.
Well, if this is the only way to even have a chance of getting Pitch's hand back, we should go in.
Yeah.
I'm not worried.
Maybe. I'll lead. Maybe Meathead, you can stay at the back, and just in case
Good to me, bro.
Shit happens. Bismarck, maybe keep an eye on Arena, and the rest of us will just do our thing.
Yes, my friend. How are you?
Just in case, could we...
Go on, Meathead, sorry.
So I was just going to say, could we have the health bar for Ismark? I assume no one else can
Yes,
see it.
sorry.
Thank you.
That's probably... there we go. Should be able to see it now.
Yeah.
Let me update his token as well, so you'll be able to permanently see that before you go any further. Edit. Me token and use selected token. Fantastic. There we go. That is done. Right. So, how are you approaching? Just regularly, or are you approaching quietly?
Bitch is approaching regularly.
Regularly.
Do a quick. If you're approaching regularly, then do a quick perception check for me, Pitch, as it seems you're sort of furthest in the front line.
8.
Don't hear anything. As you push open these gates, Pitch, you can see that they suddenly squeak very loudly as they push open their rusted hinges. And then Helen and Osdred, also please do a quick perception check for me as well.
Has that random bell rung recently at all?
Yes, it would have rung whilst you're on the way up here. Okay, so Helen doesn't hear anything either, but Osdred, you do hear, as Pitch opens the gate slowly and creaking, you hear like a kind of like a sounds like someone coming to awake, and before you see 2 what only could be described as creatures rush out before you.
Oh.
The
fuck?
The first is
Kieran's going to be so happy.
Approximately maybe 4 feet to nearly 5 feet tall, and squats instead of standing upright. He looks like a beardless dwarf with patches of donkey flesh covering his face and body. He has 1 human ear and 1 wolf's ear, and a protruding wolf's snout and fangs. His arms and hands are human, but his legs and feet are like that of a lion, and he has a donkey's tail. Whilst the other is a little shorter, and the left side of its face and body is covered with lizard scales, with the right with tufts of grey wolf fur, and between these tufts is a pale human skin. You can see that one of the eyes is like that of a feline, and their fingers and hands resemble cat's paws with opposable thumbs. The first one sort of comes up to you and is like, "What are you doing? What are you doing here? Strangers!" And then the other one kind of goes, they're looking at me funny. They're looking at me funny, Otto. It's like, of course they look at you funny. You're the ugliest of all, not like me. I'm the best and most beautiful. Who are you, strangers? What are you doing here?
Does Osdred recognise what these people are?
You have no idea. Do like a general medicine check or intelligence check for me, Osdred. Or even a religion check if it's whichever you prefer. You don't recognise these creatures because they're not of any particular race, but you get the impression with that medicine check that they look like cursed people, like someone who's been cursed with something. And it's caused them to take on unusual, like, bestial appearance.
I heard of the potential to heal people in this place, and as you can see, I'm missing my left hand.
He kind of looks so, he's like,
Show it here. I'm the smartest. I'll see if it's really as bad as you say.
And he's like, what? The other one's like, what if he's trying to say that my hand is strange and weird? And he's like,
your stand is strange and weird, Zigfleck. Quiet! They want to talk to a wise and strong man like myself. Not a silly little woman like you.
And she's like, you're so mean to me, Otto.
So, yeah, with good cause. Let me have a look at that.
And he like kind of holds out his hands, like kind of like crouching and like kind of leaning towards you.
You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, Pitch holds out his... Well, he detaches the metal hand he has attached to the end of it and holds out his withered stump.
Yeah, and he grabs out, like, almost aggressively with his human hands and starts looking at the stump, like, examining it, like,
oh, yes, it looks really bad. It looks like it's withered away. Yes, I'm sure the Abbot would love to see you and help you. If you'd like to follow me, ladies and gentlemen.
And then the other one's kind of looking like, kind of shying away, and it's like,
move, Siegfried, you're in the way!
And he starts sort of marching off in this direction, and this one kind of like runs to the side and is kind of like staring at you all, but they kind of, every time you look at them, they kind of like look away and don't want to maintain eye contact with you at all. If you're alright to keep Irina and his mark up with you as well.
Yeah.
Tom, thank you. As you walk past here, you see that just on the side, you see like two like different shovels pitch, and you see like a large like net that's covered in like leaves and other bits of sort of shrubbery and stuff like that. And
interesting.
And he kind of starts leading you towards this main gate in this direction. Looking over here, you can see that there's what appears to be a graveyard with like stunted pine trees that are growing out of the rocky earth near the foundation of the Abbey's like north wing. You can see from here that the windows of the structure are cracked panes of leaded glass. And ancient gravestones burst from a thin crust of snow in the yard. Beyond the low wall that surrounds the graveyard, the ground like falls away, and you can see the village hundreds of feet below. The view is quite breathtaking. And he's kind of like... Go on, sorry.
I was going to say, as they're walking, he'd be like, what can you tell me of the history of this place? Seeing as you're the smartest one here.
I am the smartest one here. This one's clear. I like this one. Let
me do a quick intelligence check for him. What is their intelligence score? Okie doke.
Well, the abbot lives here, and there was a morning lord that the abbey is called after. Yes.
And anything we should know in particular about the abbot? Is he a kind, tall man?
He is very, very kind and friendly, and yes.
And he keeps kind of like moving in this direction. But you guys should not be able to see in there. I don't know why I've done that. Quickly, just add that to the dynamic lighting. There you go. There we go. It's better. Right. Yeah, but he keeps marching towards the gate. What are the rest of you doing during this time? Do any of you say anything to each other, or the rest of you doing anything in particular?
I think Farrah is just particularly just looking around, see for like any weird symbols and stuff.
Do a quick perception check for me, Farrah. Hard to see, particularly as you're kind of a bit distracted by the strange creature in front of you. What you do see, though, as you get closer to the sort of main gate, is that you see what mounted on the wall is like a tarnished copper plaque, and you see upon the plaque it bears the abbey's name, the Abbey of St. Markovia, and under you see it also appears the words, "May her light cure all illness." And above the wall you also see, in the previous image, what you thought was I'd say you see a 15-foot high curtain wall that joins the abbey's like two wings. And behind its battlements, you can see what appears to be two guards standing at attention. Their features are quite obscured by the fog, though. And below them, set into the wall, is a pair of 10-foot-tall wooden doors reinforced with bands of steel.
Okay. Is there any noises coming from anywhere?
On that perception check's pretty low. Yeah, you might hear like this occasional sound of something in this direction, but you're not exactly sure what it is.
I will say I can see through windows again, Lewis, if you want to close them up.
Which are those ones?
The ones up here.
Sake, why would they leave them open on the fucking things? It's stupid. They literally describe them in the module as you can't see through them. Thank you for telling me.
Sorry?
On the way, Osdred would be... I assume he notices it's quite heavily barred.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be like, so what's with... he points at, like, the security. Do the villagers give you much trouble, or is it more to keep things coming out?
He kind of looks at you and he's like, do a quick persuasion check for me, Osdred.
Like, I liked you a minute ago. Now you're asking all sorts of questions, and questions I don't like. So leave the information to me. I'm the cleverest, and I'll make all the. You're safe with me. Don't worry.
Well, the only reason I'm asking questions is because you're so smart and I'm so dumb.
Do another persuasion check with advantage.
maybe you keep talking like that and maybe we can be friends, but I'm watching you, and everyone, the guards are watching you, and you best not cause any trouble for the Abbot. He doesn't like trouble. Is that understood?
Yes, but kind of no. Because I'm not very smart.
Yeah, because you're stupid, that's right. Really stupid. Right, let me get this gate open.
And he kind of like moves over to the gate and kind of pushes open these large doors. And then he says
All this...
Go on, Meathead.
Sorry. All this time, have we seen or heard anyone else?
Apart from the other person at the gatehouse, no.
No.
Do a perception check for me, Meathead.
I was going to say, like, even... Because he would be kind of looking out, listening out to these two weirdos.
Yeah, you're not. You're too focused on what's going on. No current sound from what you can hear. Okay. So, he opens the gate for you and he says,
right, go and wait in there for the Abbot. I'll fetch him for you. Come on, everyone! I don't have all day, you know.
Oh, have I disconnected? I have disconnected. Fuck! Right, let's reconnect. Oh, my internet. Apologies. Well, I sort my shitty internet out. Hello?
Hello.
Oh.
Apologies, my internet crashed again. As it likes to do. So he would say, I don't know what the last thing you heard was, but he would have said,
everyone make their way through into the courtyard. I'll fetch the Abbot and you can all wait in here.
Go.
Pitch just gonna turn around and say, I want to be completely clear, especially for you, Meathead. Nobody else needs to come in. It's just my hand. And Osdred's stomach, I suppose.
Irina kind of marches forward. She's like, I would prefer to be with you, Pitch.
You think I let best pitchy boy go in there by himself? No way, Jose.
What Mr. Nigel said, we are with you, Pitch. You would not let us go in here alone, yes?
I guess not.
All this chatting about is wasting my time. Get in the courtyard with your dumb friend in there, you big dummies.
Sorry, we so dumb. Our time means nothing.
Yeah, you're so dumb. Lucky you're big, otherwise, you know, you'll be locked away for being so dumb.
This, what is that?
I will describe to it in a second.
Okay.
Once you've all made your way in. Irina and his Mark would make their way in.
Nigel would just sort of like...
So,
walk in.
As you walk in, you see that... Just get my flavour text up. You
so
see
cute.
that the thick fog that fills this courtyard swirls as if eager to escape. You see the courtyard itself is surrounded by a 15-foot high curtain wall that you've seen that what did look like several guards with their backs to you, or so it seemed. But it's now clear that these guards are actually merely scarecrows. There are wooden doors to the north and east, that lead to the Abbey's 2 wings, and in the centre of the courtyard you see a stone well fitted with an iron winch to which a rope and buckets are attached. Along the perimeter, tucked under the overhanging wall, are several stone sheds with padlocked wooden doors, as well as 3 shallow alcoves that contain wooden troughs. 2 wooden posts pounded into the rocky earth have iron rings bolted to them, and chained to them is a short humanoid with bat-like wings and spider mandibles. And suddenly you hear the quiet shattered by horrible screams coming from the shed beyond.
As in beyond, like up here.
Like over here, yeah, and in this direction. You see on do a quick perception check for me, Meadhan and Osdred, because you're the ones who drew sort of closest attention to it.
Come on!
Okay, Meadhan, you're just like kind of off put by this whole situation, like what the fuck am I kind of thing, as you're very kind of confused of this quite probably the scariest place you yourself have so far been in Barovia. You can see that this creature stands maybe 4.5 feet tall with a very hunched posture. Osdred, you can see long stringy black hair hides much of its face, but clearly visible are the spider mandibles on its mouth and teeth that replace what was once perhaps a human mouth. You can also see that she has the arms and wings of a bat, as well as a cloven hoof in place of her right foot. And
Is it doing anything?
it's just kind of like it's just kind of sort of sitting there, and it's kind of like moving about occasionally. Doesn't seem to quite have noticed you so far. The Mongol folk man walks in, and he's just like,
Yes, wait here and I will fetch the abbot.
and he kind of
Is the
heads off
gate
and-
still open behind us?
He would have shut it behind. I'll close it on the old dynamic lighting.
Osdred would just make eye contact with everyone and look at it and be like,
Osdred, as you're standing, you're standing next to the well, correct, on my screen? I just want to make sure.
He's just leaning up next to it.
You're leaning up
Well,
next
look
to it. Okay.
In the well.
You're lagging real bad, Hannah, by the way. For me, at least. I don't know if it's maybe my internet.
Yes, same here.
Yeah, samesies.
Yeah, I said that like 5
Oh.
minutes ago. Yeah.
It's like she's trapped in some weird time-bending
Yeah.
void. Come back to us, Anna. Come back.
Try leaving and rejoining.
Yeah.
I'll type it.
She's still trying. She's still trying.
Like little animal grunts. It's just like, yep, yep, yep.
Hello.
Oh, working now?
Yeah, it's better.
Seems to be.
For now.
What were you saying?
I just said she was going to look in the well.
Okay. So you look over into the well. Do a quick perception check for me.
Could be water, isn't it?
18. As you're looking down, it's dark and it seems very deep. Maybe you're not sure. It's so dark. But with your dark vision, you can see the full sort of 60 feet down, and it keeps going. However, about 20 feet down, you see a creature that clings to the wall of the shaft.
Ugh. She like
You can see that
points down at it.
the creature has a wiry, like spindly build. It has 3 red spider eyes on the right side of its face, and on the left side it appears to be more human. It has a frog's foot in place of its left hand, and a taloned crow foot, where its right foot should be. As you look over, Farrah, the creature kind of rushes up to the top of the thing and swings out at you with its claw. It's going to make an attack with, would be considered with advantage because it was hidden.
Also, can't be surprised.
It's not a surprise because it was hidden.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'm surprised anyway.
Yeah. Here's the fucking thing. There he is.
I can't wait for Pitch's hand lucky dip. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Pitch. You can have your hand back, but you need your leg.
So, with its claw.
I hope I get a shark fin for my hand.
A fin. A fin.
Yeah.
It's 2 attacks.
But a fin isn't
Slap
kind of
people.
hand, Tom.
I can slap people with it. It'd be great.
A 12 and a 14, Farrah. So you both miss.
Yeah, they miss.
But you see this creature, and the rest of you see it sort of come out and go and kind of slash out at Farrah twice before retreating back down into the well.
Yeah, she just steps back from the well. Maybe we stay away from that.
Best.
I have no clue what the bloody hell's going on here.
Doesn't feel good though, does it? Maybe we should just leave.
Well, we'll wait for the Abbot.
Is anything you've got maybe a minute before the mongrel folk arrives? Is there anything you want to say or do during this time? Then please let me know.
Farrah is... What are these things over here?
They are
Troughs.
They are troughs. That's correct.
Troughs. What is in the troughs?
You can see that as you approach Farrah, these troughs are empty currently. They are badly rotted and they look like they're about to fall apart.
Okay. And what are the scarecrows? They're just normal scarecrows, or are they made of anything particular?
They just look like normal scarecrows to you.
Okay.
Or like fitted with armour and the like to make them appear to look like guards, but
Okay.
it's quite obvious from this side that they are not people.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Meadhan, I can see you shuffling up.
Yeah, I just said he's going to slowly approach it.
Okay, so as you do, the creature chained to the post flaps its leathery wings and it takes to the air in your direction, like she's trying to get away from it. So not in your direction, the opposite way of your direction, but it doesn't get far as its chains go taut and it starts fluttering about madly, like screaming nonsense that you can barely understand.
Does it... So wait, so as in... It doesn't seem so much beast-like. It seems like there's a kind of sentience behind it.
Do an insight check for me.
Yeah, go on then. Come on. Something okay. Yeah, I'll do.
Yeah, you get the impression, Meadhan, that as you move closer to this thing, that this creature is frightened of you.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. With a 19, I think you'd also get... Seems to be maybe some semblance of sentience to it. You're not sure exactly, but
He'll back away.
Are the screams coming from this direction, you said?
the screams are coming from these sheds here.
Sheds there. And you can't see through the sheds?
No,
like
you
doors,
cannot, no. And they would also be coming from down here as well.
So if I get closer like this, can I like try and listen to like what kind of sounds they are, like animalistic or?
Yeah, do a perception check for me. They do sound quite animalistic. They're kind of just like and stuff like that.
Okay. No,
Not too far from me in
humanoids.
mid-coitus.
God, let's got on that conversation again.
Osdred would just say to everyone, like, are we going to mention anything? Are we going to ask about anything that's going on here? Are we going to just try and get your hand back, bitch, or we... And leave?
What about your stomach?
Well, if we have to fix one of the two, it's got to be your hand.
I don't know. Everything's been danger and terror and fear, but this is just awful.
Should we ask about the strange animal folk and the screams coming from that building? And he sort of points at, or should we hold off until we...
I think if we do, he's not going to be keen on helping us. This is his place. These must be his people or work.
I hope to God these aren't people. I hope to doom and find that these people aren't people he's fixed.
Farrah doesn't say her opinion on the matter, but she will say that pitch whatever you choose. It'll be the right choice.
I couldn't disagree more.
What are you doing, Meadhan?
Having a wonder. No, are there... I assume there aren't any kind of windows?
Not in the shed, nope. Not at all.
Doors?
Yeah, there's doors on the front. Yeah, you can see that that they are... Each of the sheds is fitted with an iron padlock.
If they're, like, loose enough, are there any, like, cracks or, like, a keyhole or anything that I might be able to just peek through?
You can see on the maybe the furthest right shed that there does appear to be, like, maybe slight cracks that you could probably try and pull open slightly to get a look inside if you wanted to.
What, as in, like, loose bricks or something?
They're all made of wood, these chicken sheds.
Oh, wood.
So there's, like, a bit of wood at the top that looks slightly rotted, and it's like it's not completely joint to the rest of it, and it's slightly sort of like not chipped, but, like, you get the idea of, like, sort of cut slightly at the top where it's looked like it's sort of rotted slightly. So you think if you pulled, at your height especially, you could pull that back, maybe pulling off, like, a small segment enough to kind of fill your hands of wood, but which would allow you to peer inside.
Before I make that decision, could I, like, now I'm this close, can I hear anything other than scream?
Do a perception check for me.
Yeah.
Ooh. Not particularly, no. You hear maybe, like, sobs occasionally.
But not like movement?
Definitely no movement. You hear kind of maybe like a chittering kind of sound from one of them. They all sound very bestial.
Fuck it, let's have a peek.
Okay, do me a strength check then, please.
It'll be like really trying to be as subtle as possible, not just tearing this thing apart, but trying to without getting anything's attention.
I'll allow you to do a stealth check, strength check, which will be a lower DC, or if you want to do that, you can do a sleight of hand check, and it will be a higher DC.
Sleight of hand +1. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it.
Okay.
Come on.
So it's a higher DC.
20. Go. Oh, yeah.
Try and pull it like carefully, but you can't. It won't come open. You'd have to use more of your strength to be able to pull it open. You think you could definitely get it off, but
noisily, or
it would probably be a bit noisily. Yeah.
Okay, I'm too curious. Go on then. Okay. No one's stopping me, so
yeah. Strength check.
Go on then.
Easily, you crack off a bit of this wood, and the noises from the inside the sheds get louder as they go make a noise like that. And then inside, you peek inside the shed, and you see shackled to the back wall is a wretched humanoid with bestial deformities across it. And it kind of like, you can just see through the light, just like coming through slightly, you can see like its eye kind of stare up at you and kind of try and lunge towards you to like get out, but it's shackled to the wall and can't move.
Meadhan's sort of trying to make eye contact with it, and he kind of raises his finger to his lips to be like, shh.
Do a persuasion check for me. You put your finger to your lips, and you see the creature kind of lock eyes with you, staring at you, and it goes quiet.
How will you react when the giant Goliath pulls open your shed and puts his finger to his lips?
I'd say during this time, Meadhan, this creature is on the attached to the post, is violently trying to get as far away from you as it can.
Yeah. Alright, Meadhan will give the person thing inside a quick smile, but then move away to try and cease any more distress to the Batty over there.
And with that, at that moment, the mongrel folk comes out and like limping up towards you, and it's like,
yes, come with Otto. The Abbot has kindly and generously agreed to see you.
Okay. Farrah looks at Pitch.
Pitch is like looking at the guy, but also kind of like subtly shaking his head to himself as well. He looks towards Osdred and just kind of says, I don't think this is worth it. Nope. Osdred runs ahead.
Well, we got to try and get your hand back, Pitch. Don't leave a good man behind, you know, and that includes a hand.
He kind of resigns himself to his fate.
What are you waiting for? Come on. I don't have all day. I'm a busy man, you know.
Farrah sighs, but she's looking to Pitch.
Yeah, Pitch is walking forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mongrel folk is showing you to the door.
Meadhan will probably ask this fella, so what's their problems, as he kind of points back towards the bat and the well and the shed? And...
do a persuasion check for me.
He just said, so it's... Oh.
Sorry, I think you might have lagged out, Kieran.
Bloody.
20. Very good. He kind of looks towards you and he's like,
maybe you're not quite as stupid as the rest of your friends. They are...
He points to the one at the post and he says,
that is Marzina.
The water?
Marzina, that's her name. She's the older sister of Nishka, who's probably hiding in a bloody well again. She's crazy. Don't ignore Marzina. She's crazy. The ones in the shed, they've been bad. Had to tell them off, put them in the shed. Causing trouble.
What kind of trouble?
He kind of looks to you, Farrah, and he's like,
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to your friend. You know.
Talk to me as well, can't you?
do a persuasion check with me, Farrah.
No, you're stupid. Not like me, I'm the smartest one. And your friend looks smarter than you. So, no. They've just been bad, that's all you get to know.
It's just raises an eyebrow.
Right, the Abbot is waiting for you. So I will open the doors for you.
And he opens the doors. And looking inside, you hear gentle sounding music that trickles down from above, played on a stringed instrument by some unseen master. Pitch, you actually recognise this song. The ground floor of this room is one large 50-foot square room with arched leaded glass windows. A cauldron sits on an iron rack above a fire and a hearth, while above the matte fireplace mantel hangs a golden disc engraved with a symbol of the sun. In one corner, a wooden staircase climbs to the upper level, whilst in another corner, a stone staircase descends into darkness. Several chairs surround a wooden table. Let me quieten that music a little bit. That stretches nearly the length of the room. Wooden dishware and gold candelabras are neatly arranged on the table. Standing behind is a young woman with alabaster skin, dressed in a torn and soiled red gown. Her auburn hair is neatly bundled so as not to touch her soft shoulders. And at the centre of her chest, Pitch, you can just about make out what appears to be emanating a blue light in the shape of an ellipse that is beneath her gown. She seems lost in her own thoughts. Before you, though, more importantly, you see a handsome young man in a brown monk's robe gently takes the woman by her hand, leading her towards you. You see a painted wooden holy symbol that depicts the sun hangs from a chain round his neck, and he moves with the grace of a saint. He kind of slightly bows towards you as he says, "Visitors to my abbey, welcome." And then he turns to the woman and he says, "Vasilka, please bow for our guests." And you see her silently bow before you, kind of quite stiffly, almost. And he says, "Vasilka, you may sit." And she sort of walks over here and sits at the edge of the sea and looks down quietly. As the man looks upon you, and he's like, "Good day. May the morning lord's blessing be with you."
And with you, my name is Pitch. I've come here seeking your help.
Pitch. What a curious name. Like that of the beat of music. Correct?
Yes, and kind of motions with his right hand, points at his eyes, and the pitch black color. You have someone playing well here. It's a song I know myself.
Ah, yes, that is my humble servant, Cloven. He has quite a talent. Wouldn't you agree, Pitch?
He plays excellently. As I do not wish to take up any more of your time than I need to. As you can see, I am missing a part of myself. I've heard word that you have powers of healing here. I don't know if there's anything you can do.
I may be able to assist you, Pitch. Come. Please sit next to Vasilka. He kind of moves off in this direction and sits around beside her at the head of the table. As you sit next to, as you get that close to this woman, Pitch, one thing you do notice that's strange about her is that as you get within like the maybe 5 feet, you can see what appears to be under her powdered skin. You can see seams in her flesh where disparate body parts seem to have been sewn together.
I mean, that bodes well. Sew my hand back up. Don't have a hand, but you know.
You see, he looks to you, he says, "Please, show me your injury."
Yep. He extends his left forearm.
He holds out his hand and he sort of takes it and he says, "You are cursed, Mr. Pitch. Did you know this?"
I've been told that I've been touched by Mother Night.
The counterpart to our great Morning Lord. He kind of looks up at the symbol above the fireplace and looks down to the holy symbol around his neck. He's like, "She has served you a deep wound. But the Morning Lord runs strong in this house." And he touches your hand, and before you, you see as he channels this energy into you, and you feel like it hurts at first, but he feels like almost divine in nature. And before you see your hand slowly but surely begin to regrow before you.
Oh shit.
Pitch's eyes go wide.
The skin is discoloured. It is dark and black.
Oh no.
But it's the same shape as your hand. And it feels like your hand. And he says to you, "I cannot completely remove the mark done to you by the Morning Lord's counterpart. But I hope that the Morning Lord's healing will see you blessed, bitch.
Pitch is trying to flex the fingers on his hand, on the regrown hand.
Feels like it once did.
Oh my god. He's like welling up a little bit. Thank you. I didn't expect. Surely I must pay you. I'm in your debt. My hand is back.
Kind of turns towards you and he's like, perhaps there is a deed in which you can assist me with in return for my blessing.
Please, name it.
He turns towards Vasilka, who's just sitting there staring at the floor. He says, Vasilka is to be Strahd's bride. She requires a wedding dress. You know, blink. He's like, I will say while he's like talking to you, this guy like barely blinks like at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then like when he does, he almost like heavily, deliberately blinks.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, if you must acquire me a wedding dress within 1 week for repayment of the Morning Lord's blessing.
Nigel Cruzy wedding dress.
Does Nigel actually say that from the back of the room?
Yes.
He does?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, is there somewhere you need me to get it from? Or should I just use my own judgment? Or my good friend, he is into his fashions?
I am not concerned where you acquire this dress from, but I expect it due in 1 week.
Okay.
If you are to cross me, then you cross the Morning Lord.
I understand. I will do everything I can to fulfill this for you. Thank you.
He nods.
My friend, and he gestures with his newly reformed hand, Osdred, he suffers greatly from a internal wound.
It's only really a bit of indigestion, Pitch. It's alright, really.
Pitch kind of like gives them like knowing nod, like, oh yes, okay, well, all right then. Thank you again. We don't need to take up any more of your time.
If you are certain, if your friend or friends, and he kind of turns his head and looks to like Nigel and Farrah and Meadhan, and then Osdred. Require.
Farrah's leaning up against the wall.
He says, if your friends require more of the Morning Lord's blessing, then they will also share your responsibility, Pitch.
Can Osdred do insight?
Sure. What's he trying to determine?
Well, just if this guy's powers are in line with what Lathander can actually do.
Yeah, do an insight check. Or a religion check if you'd like. You're not sure, to be honest with you. It's
he
healing.
is looking at the knitted up bride, and it's kind of like, that doesn't seem very...
Yeah. I would say the magic he restored to Pitch certainly seemed like healing magic that of a very powerful nature. That's all you know. In terms of the... you actually, from that distance, Osdred, wouldn't be able to determine that her flesh is stitched together. Only Pitch is really close enough. She's almost like powdered white with like a lot of makeup. So it's actually quite hard to make out these seams in her skin. Only Pitch being so close to could really make it out. But so in general, you're a bit like you're not really sure. The healing magic seems in line with Lathander from what you can tell.
But then again, he's also working his Strahd, so...
Would your friend, and he looks to Osdred, would you need the Morning Lord's blessing?
Well, my own god has his blessings, really. Don't need multiple of them.
Turns to Pitch, and he's like, very well. Can I assist you further, Pitch?
I feel you've been most generous already. I think we'll take our leave, if that's permissible.
If you would like, that is permissible. If you prefer, I am more than happy to provide you all with a tour of the Abbey.
Pitch still sat down, kind of cranes his neck round to look at everyone else, with his eyebrows up.
Farrah doesn't give her opinion.
Oh, we're good. We've got a lot of work to do.
Perhaps another time.
He kind of nods and says, perhaps. Basilka, please give leave to our guests. And she kind of stands and kind of holds her hand out to you.
Yeah. Pitch will take her hand with his mended hand.
She kind of like helps you to your feet. You can feel there's quite a strength to her, Pitch, as she like pulls you to your feet. And then she kind of, with you in hand, she kind of almost like robotically turns and then sort of guides you to the front of the room. And then as she gets to the door, she just bows after letting go of your hand. And then just walks back and resumes her position.
Yeah, Pitch bows back to her. Well, good day, Abbot. May the Morning Lord bless us all.
May the Morning Lord bless you, Pitch, and may you forever walk in his light or suffer the punishments of Mother Night. You get to the door and you see Otto standing out the front. He's like,
Come on, everyone. I had plenty of time at the masthead. It's time to leave now.
Yeah, Pitch is making a beeline back out. And is kind of clutching his left hand with his right hand.
From inside this room, though, could you hear any screaming?
No.
No, okay.
You can hear just soft music playing.
Okay.
Come on, now, everyone. The stupid one stuck behind. Come on, stupid one. That's better. Right.
He kind of shows you up to the gates, opens them.
Sorry, I'm looking at crochet wedding dress patterns.
And just kind of looks to you like,
Stupid.
and then just opens the gates for you, and he's like,
Follow me.
and then leads you back round to the front of the gatehouse. And then as you get there, you see the other one who kind of looks at you and he says,
They're looking at me again, Otto. He's like, shut up, VP. Yes, I hope you enjoyed your meeting with the Abbot.
and he kind of does like a little bow, and he's like,
And I hope I was a most humble host to you.
Very hospitable.
Of course I was. I'm the smartest and most wise of all of us, so of course I was very hospitable. Now go!
so the rest of you, I'd imagine.
Osdred would say before he leaves, it's like, we can come back at any time, yeah?
He kind of looks at you and he's like, do a persuasion check.
I don't trust you, little one. But you are stupid. You ask stupid questions.
What?
Yeah. That's right, leave.
And you hear the rusted gates close behind you as he shuts them. And he kind of stares at you all as you're leaving and kind of watching you leave the entire way.
Jesus Christ.
Farrah's like looking really hard at Pitcher's new hand.
I'll move you to this map for now. Right, so I assume you begin the descent back into Krezk.
Yeah, Pitch wants to get some distance.
You're quite able to.
Yep. Does it feel normal, Pitch?
It feels like my hand before anything happened.
But it's a different colour.
I've always been a different colour to most people, but that man, I've never had such a feeling of like as he was looking at me, he was somehow also behind me, peering over my shoulder. He looked through me. Something must be wrong. Perhaps I'll wake in the night with my hand strangling me.
I hope not. Are we going to do the thing he asked? Was it a wedding dress?
I will. There is no obligation for any of the rest of you.
Do we really have much reason to stay in Krezk now? We know we need to get the artifacts, but I don't really see what else is here for us. Arena has decided she wants to stay, and just kind of shrugs.
Osdred, did you see Vasilka?
Didn't get a good look. She looked a bit pale.
She was sewn together from pieces.
And he said that she was going to be Strahd's bride.
I have no words. Just when you think you've seen the horrors.
I don't want to help these people, but a wedding dress seems fairly innocuous, and you'll probably lose your hand or something worse if we don't do it.
I do not want to cross him. The only thing worse than helping him is crossing him. Nigel, did you mean it? You can make a dress?
Yes, not the first time. I make Mama's wedding dress when she marries stepfather.
You would know, Nigel, that you do not have the materials to make a wedding dress upon you. So, I mean, you'd also know that it can take, that even with the all materials, it's not a simple task to put together an intricate wedding dress. It could take...
You never said it had to be quality.
I mean, I'd like to point out I have been crocheting the same jumper for the last 6 months, so fair point, well made.
How does Vasilka feel about wedding bikinis? That's what
Very in fashion.
Yeah. At the discussion of everyone actually going to do the task for him, Farrah steps back and keeps her opinions to herself.
I need to find one from somewhere. Perhaps I can ask around here. They must have their own wedding ceremonies. We only have a week, Nigel. I think not long enough, maybe.
But need new project. Nearly finished tea cozy.
You could make Osdred a hat to cover his bald patch.
We agreed not to talk about that. It hurt his feelings.
Just very mature of me. But I feel very conflicted.
Farrah stays quiet.
As you're walking away from the Abbey pitch, the road hugging the cliff, covered in the loose gravel and chunks of broken rock as you chat, you kind of stare back at the impressive sight of the Abbey looming overhead, and the bell begins to toll loudly. And thinking back, Pitch, on your approach here and now leaving, you're struck with like a particular sense of nostalgia that you've not felt since you were back in Daggerford. It almost, now in hindsight, reminds you of marching towards the striking tower dedicated to Lathander himself in Daggerford, known as Morning Glow, at the very start of your journey. Once you marched towards it with Danish in tow, and then, not so long ago, you marched towards it before arriving in this hellish land. And only moments ago you marched towards another tower dedicated to a saint of the Morning Lord's radiance, leaving it now in your wake. And for a moment, the words that were scripted upon Morning Glow reach your mind. Walk in his light, and his blessing will bring light to the dark, so that the shadow of evil is illuminated with goodwill. And as you remember these words, a song begins to drift through your mind.
Just for my own sake, is this the same one we heard up there?
No. You've never heard it before. And Pitch, you gain a point of inspiration.
Oh shit. Yeah, he sheds a little tear as the thoughts that song brings come to his mind and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he kind of clutches his left hand with his right.
Okay.
He doesn't say anything to anyone else about it.
So, you gradually make your way down this winding path, and before long, you arrive back in the village of Krezk. And I'm going to go take a quick pee break, so feel free, anyone else who wants to take a pee break, to go and take
Ditto.
one.
Oh, God. Help me.
Oh, man.
So bad.
Whoa.
So bad.
Man, Osdred's getting really conflicted about what to do.
Yeah. So funny because Tom, the player, who's a total horror wuss, was just sat there like, nope, I hate all of this. I need out. Get me out.
Did you just describe yourself as a player?
Yeah. D&D player.
It's right, nobody else finds me funny. Tom has to laugh, but you know.
But Pitch he wants his hand.
Yeah.
Now he can play
Osdred
some
wants
songs
pitches.
again. That was great. Pitch is like, hey, Osdred, you can get fixed too. And Osdred is like, I'm good, thanks. I don't want any of this horrific shit that's going on.
Well, do we think that's where the sheep went?
But the folk didn't look stitched together, right? They look like a blend, but maybe that's maybe he stitches them together and then they become. I don't know. I don't fucking know, but he's fucked up.
I'm back, by the way.
It's funny as well. I don't know if you got this, Anja, but his picture, the token of the Abbot, reminded me so much of the. Oh, actually, yeah. Have you watched Happy Valley, Anja?
Yeah, you made me watch it that time.
Yeah. The baddie in that. Who?
Oh yeah, I didn't actually notice that he, because I wasn't zoomed in far enough.
I can't remember the actor's name, but that guy.
James Norton.
James Norton.
I'll post the picture in Discord if you want to see it. Hold on.
He was in something I was watching yesterday, so I do know what his name is.
Very good, very good. Good timing. There's James Norton.
And that's the picture.
Yeah, I see what you mean, actually.
Yeah, a little bit,
yeah. And him in Happy Valley is one of my most hated and creepy characters ever. So the whole time I was just like, ugh.
One thing I forgot to point out, that I did point out, but I want to double down on it, as you got closer to Vasilka, Pitch, and also you would notice that the ellipse-shaped light in the middle of her chest seemed very prominent to you, and almost as if it was slightly sticking out from under her gown, and it would have reminded you, very similar in shape to the green gem.
Oh, fuck!
Hell yeah! Well, now we've got to kill her.
God. Oh, God.
sure it's a coincidence.
Oh, right, yeah, I get it.
Just to add another complication to your guys' lives.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking hell.
Oh, get dressed. Be like, we'll take her. Just kill her on the road.
We need to borrow Vasilka for her measurements. Stab.
God. Well, I can add it to the notes where we think that one is then. What colour was it? Green?
Blue.
Blue, okay.
Yeah, blue, red, and a green one. You know about that. Right. So, arriving back in Krezk, it's now probably about 2 p.m. You've got. Sorry, go on.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, is Emmerich anywhere around?
You don't see him, no.
Okay.
Is there anything the rest of the day that you guys would like to do?
Well, we have to go do people's chores, don't we?
You certainly could help out around the town. That would be looked on favourably by the Burgomaster. You could certainly go ask people for more information about Krezk or just general inquiries about things. About the Abbey, perhaps, or anything you might want to know. That's something you could investigate further. I will say from what you could tell, based on the stuff with the farm so far, it looks like a little bit of a dead end at the moment. But it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Apart from that, it's I think that's about it for now.
Osdred definitely wants to go talk to the town master.
Okay.
About everything.
Yeah, that is certainly something you can go do.
Pitch is keen to help people now that he's got 2 hands and he actually can help people with manual labour.
Okay. Anyone else?
Farrah might go collect some herbs.
Okay. What, from beyond the village? Or...
Yeah, like as close as you can get, really.
Okay, so we'll start with that then. Farrah, the closest tree line is sort of within probably about 100 to 200 feet. So it's not particularly far from the village.
Yeah.
So if you would like to, you can venture beyond the village.
Yeah. Not too far though.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're looking for herbs, then please make me a survival check. So it's quite a high DC because of where this is and the weather.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, for an hour of searching, you do not find anything. So you'd have to spend another hour if you want to do.
If I turn into something that can smell real good, can I have advantage?
Truffle pig!
I'll tell you what. I'll lower the DC slightly.
Okay.
If you're going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're turning into something, what are you turning into?
I don't know. Let me have a look. What can smell real good?
I'd say during this time, whilst Farrah is out scavenging for herbs, your pitch, you could... what would you want to help out with? There's people looking to chop wood, there's people looking to move goods into sort of the central town area where it looks like they're kind of piling up a large supply of different things such as milk and eggs and logs of wood, etc. There's other people who might be willing to offer you to help out with rounding up like chicken eggs and stuff like that and going through that kind of stuff and milking cows, etc.
That one sounds more like his dealio. Nothing that requires any decent amount of strength.
Okay. If anyone wants to help pitch, then they can sort of be part of the scene, but I'd imagine you'd find maybe an old woman pitch wouldn't take you long to find one named Alana, and her accompanied with her sister Grilsha, and they kind of look to you and they're like,
ladies.
They say,
Jesus Christ.
Like Pitch is just going around town like finger banging everywhere now, like yeah.
I got the power back.
thought you meant something else.
Yeah.
For a second. Grilsha and Alana would look to you, Pitch, and they'd be like, so the Burgomaster said you're to help us, correct?
Grilsha's a beautiful name. No, Pitch isn't doing that. Yes,
you do get the impression, Pitch, they do look quite frightened of you.
Yeah, creepy devil man with black hand as well.
But they are kind of reluctantly like, okay, kind of thing.
Yeah, he's trying to be as non-threatening as possible.
Yeah.
Like his posture is very much like, ooh,
In fact,
shoulders down.
Do me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
And just to see. Oh fuck! I closed my webpage. Bear with me 1 second. I have to reopen a lot of my tabs.
Oof, 24.
Oh, very nice. Bear with me 1 second. Just while I get my tabs.
No
reopened.
worries. So, you milk cows often, Grilsha?
I can do 2 at once now.
That's quite the action you've got going on there.
Right. Just get my handouts back.
Fuck, I want a cat called Grilsha now.
Handouts. Sorry.
Right, there we go. So 24. Very good. They would definitely, with your non-threatening posture and I'd imagine Pitch would tell them that the Burgomaster sent him and
100%.
sort of mention him by name.
Yep.
They would sort of slowly come around and start feeling a lot more relaxed and kind of start more treating you like one of their own. You get the impression that Alana in particular is like very kind of almost like like very robotic, something very robotic around her. She's very just kind of like, she looks particularly more scared of you and is kind of very much just like, yes, we will get the eggs.
Oh god, she hasn't got a fucking soul!
And then whilst Grilsha is more kind of welcoming and kind of more open to you and kind of she chats to you whilst she sort of shows you how to it shows you how to get in with the chickens without freaking them the fuck out and where, like, how to sort of gently scoop them up and move them out of the way. Would there be anything that Pitch might ask them during this time about Krezk or about Barovia or about anything in particular?
No, I don't think he'd treat it as a fact-finding opportunity, but I think he would just be genuinely interested. I think he'd find it very kind of like a relief to actually talk to like people who aren't trying to kill him or creep him out or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
And he'd just ask about their families and their day-to-day life. Tell me about your childhood or whatever. Like,
yeah, they would.
What's
going on?
One thing they definitely would make mention of, if you're asking for that, is that Grilsha would make mention of her son, Vasily, and that he, unfortunately, during the last winter, which was particularly harsh, that they tend to, if they're not prepared properly for winter, it can be very dangerous, and it can be they tend to lose a lot of people, especially sort of younger children during the harsh winter months. But that she would say that unfortunately her adult son Vasily passed away during the last winter as it was very harsh and he got sick.
Fucking hell, Grilsha, way to be a buzzkill. Yeah. Jesus. No, Pitch would be very...
Of course,
Yeah.
What about, before we get back to Farrah, would there be, about Osdred obviously doing his thing with the Burgomaster, is there anyone else, Meadhan or Nigel or Helen, would you want to do any of the like chores and work that have been asked of you during this time, and would you use this as a like Pitch at like a fact-finding opportunity?
Meantime is too...
Sorry,
oh, sorry.
go on. No, sorry, go on, Stefan.
Just that Milan's too tired to work, so he's going to go around town busking.
Ha!
Okay.
I love
Interesting.
that.
You would, I imagine, maybe Meathan would sit in maybe the town square is the most sort of bustling area.
He'd probably start there, but he would kind of stay put, move around a little bit, stay put again, just kind of making his way around the place.
Make a performance.
Spreading the joy.
Make a performance check for me.
Yeah, man.
Because we never fucking get to use the skill.
So
Come on.
That's fine.
It's going to be a bad one, isn't it? That modifier though.
22, very nice. And you definitely draw some strange looks from the people of Krezk as you bust out your tune hammer and play a little dinty tune upon it as you march your way around the town. But the people definitely seem intrigued by it, and you do find that a number of them walk up to you and they sort of kindly provide you with I'll say for 22 you get 4 rations worth of food.
Oh, neat. So I'd like to think they're happy. There's a smile or two.
So we'll remind everyone that there's the shared thing at the top of player characters called rations. So if Meadham would add that to the group, you can. I think you should.
In a journal.
Yeah, if you look at under player characters under that tab, then you can add, and then you should be able to edit it. I believe. I think I've given everyone the. Oh no, I'll put all players edit it. No, there we go. Now I've given you the ability to edit it.
Bang. It's 44. Oh. He's very grateful for.
Nigel, was there anything you wanted to do during this time in terms of chores or questions?
No, he'd just be following Pitch around and sort of helping wherever Pitch was helping, maybe with more chopping and more strength stuff, but that's all.
Yeah, so you might be helping with some of the larger livestock, like the perhaps sheep or pigs. They've even got a few cows as well, and helping doing the milking of that. And finally, Helen, is there anything you would want to do during this time to help out, or any questions that you might want to ask? If George is there.
He's gone.
I'm sort of here, but it's a bit laggy.
Oh, sorry.
I think Helen would be helping with some sort of manual tasks that she could use as some sort of train.
Yeah, so you could certainly chop wood.
With karate chops.
That'd be pretty cool, actually.
Oh my god.
Okay, so with that in mind, then Farrah, could you please make me another survival check?
Farrah has got a badger army of 8 badgers, also looking for herbs.
I will massively lower the DC then.
Oh my god.
What was it again? Survival?
Survival check. It's very low DC. Yeah. And easily you managed to find... let's have a quick look at the old Dungeon Master's Guide, shall we?
She's looking for quite a lot of herbs for as long as she can.
Yeah.
But she wants to get some for herself, and obviously the group, and also some for the city, town, village.
Okay, let me have a quick look at the Dungeon Master's Guide for the old downtime activities, I think it is, or is it? Might be an exploration.
I like to imagine when Pitch is milking the cows, Nigel's just picking up the cows and holding them up for Pitch to do.
Just squeezing the whole cow.
I know how to milk the cow.
Much quicker.
Oh god, Nigel, no.
Nigel, that's a bull. Leave it alone.
Nigel, take your hand off that.
With milk
That's
coming
not
out.
what it is.
I hope one of these mongrel folk was Belvedere's cousin or something.
Definitely.
Alvarez inside.
Yes.
Legend says he's still eating lampreys like spaghetti. Even
To be
this
fair,
day.
in comparison to those two, he's a genius.
Yeah, very true.
Langston popped by into Barovia. He was like, "Can you make me a servant, please, Abbot?"
Page 111. Here it is.
I still don't really understand why Langston keeps him around, considering he can't even bear to be in the same room as him. Every time he's like, "Ugh, get away from me."
He's his bitch. He does the laundry and stuff. It's great.
It's good to know I will be the Belvedere of our future household.
Get out of this room.
Make sure you wash my pants.
128, 129. Here we go. Found the page. I want to learn this.
I've also considered the idea of having Langston experiment on Belvedere with like giving him robotic limbs or whatever.
You don't want to be too powerful.
You should get him to test out his Robocock on Belvedere.
Oh! I'm quitting Waterdeep. That thought just killed me.
Yeah, that all involves quite a lot of explanation, which I don't think I have in me.
I feel like the mystery is so much more beautiful.
Langston is found floating in the bay. And the note on the pier just says, "I couldn't live in a universe where Belvedere and Robocock existed in the same world."
I wasn't.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, go on. No, I was just going to say I wasn't suggesting. No, never mind. It's one of those things where if I explain more, I dig myself into more of a hole.
Okay, I will interrupt you then. Farrah, I'm going to say that because I can't find exact amounts for. But I will say that I think it's 100 gold pieces worth of materials you need to be able to sort of create a potion of healing or an antitoxin. So I'm going to say that because of it's 23, that you'll gain, I'd say maybe, let's say 50 gold pieces worth. So essentially half of what you'd need to create a simple potion of healing.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that it was 25 gold pieces worth.
If that was previous, we
So you
did
can
it.
change that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll say that that it's essentially half that amount. Is if you want to say that then.
Yeah. I mean, okay, yeah, that's still quite a lot of herb though.
Yeah, no, it's a significant amount.
Loads of herb.
Yeah, this is more than enough to make nearly. If you went scavenging for another day, you might be able to find enough to make another healing potion.
Yeah, I mean, she's not really doing it for healing potion. She's just doing it for working, and she'll do. I mean, she is doing it for healing potion, but not like immediately.
Yeah, in fact, I'd say it's probably about 15 gold pieces, so it's probably just like slightly over, like half.
Okay, hang on, let me add a little note.
Yeah, it's like so. That's essentially add like 15 gold pieces worth of like herbs and.
Yeah, I'll just add 15 herbs. Hang on. But yeah, so after all that, so that's like, she can do it for an hour with the army of badgers, but 3 hours as a badger herself.
Mm-hmm.
So she comes back, what, 3 hours later, 4 hours later?
Okay, so you searched 1 hour on your own, which would have taken you up to, it was 2 o'clock when you re-arrived, so 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, I would say. Another hour of searching would be up to 5 o'clock, which would make it dark. Which you can continue searching, so you can roll another survival check if you like.
Nah, I should probably leave before it gets dark.
Yeah, okey-doke.
Yeah.
So, and the rest of you would continue working, whilst Osdred is going to go and visit the Burgomaster. So, Osdred, it doesn't take you long to find the Burgomaster's house, which he showed you as you entered the gates of Krezk. At the very edge, it's the house closest to the edge of Krezk, and I assume he marches up and knocks on the door, and
yeah.
And after a few short moments, you the burgomaster would open his door, and he says, it is our newest member of our community. It is good to see you. How are you finding the people of the town? Have you settled in well? Have you put yourselves to work?
He does a little bow, and he's like, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance again. The rest of my company are off helping around the town in what ways they are.
That is good news.
Was going to offer my services as a blacksmith. If you need any nails or weapons sharpened, that's kind of my jam.
Yes, many of the guards work together to sharpen the pikes, and we try to put together a small assortment of arrows, using bits of rock and carving them into arrowheads, and using the wood from our grey trees you see in our town. Does this sound agreeable to you?
If that's what you need done, then I can do it.
Alternatively, we some of our guards also try to provide themselves with put pieces of patchwork leather together for act as a defense.
As I said, I'll do what I can.
Yes, if you go to the edge of town and find there's a man there, a man named Balthazar. He is the captain of the guard within Krezk, and I'm sure he could put you to work on any of these tasks.
Thank you. While we have been exploring your lovely village and meeting the many desertons, there are some more concerning matters which I would like to discuss.
Yes, of course. Please, come in. He would invite you inside his cottage, which in fact I'll let me quickly I have to reorganise a couple of things on this map.
He'd take his boots off at the door as well.
Nice. You're like a master of kiss ass.
Yes, that's why his name's Osdred. Kiss ass and
Actually, they were
just a hint, yeah, if you come into my house, take your shoes off.
Right, let me just quickly grab Osdred. Where is he? There he is. Let's make sure everything is okay on this map. There we go. Right. Let me drag you over. Alright, you should be able to see now, Osdred. The cottage as you're being shown inside.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, please come have a seat. And he kind of goes to sits up here. You see it's quite a homely looking place. There's some nice homely food on the stove, and it's got quite a warm feeling about it. There's sort of comfortable wooden chairs and sort of leather, sort of looks like very basic put together wooden kind of sofas, but looks fairly homely and nice. And he says, please, if there's an issue, I would hope to resolve it for you.
Well, it's more, and he sort of like looks around, seeing where he's expected to sit.
Yeah, he gives you permission to take up a seat.
Well, okay. Well, I don't want to keep anything from you, seeing as you've graciously welcomed us into your town.
I appreciate that.
We visited the pool.
Ah, yes. I did hear there was a unusual event earlier. Some of the villagers have reported me a strike of lightning and a strange call of a voice from beyond the mountains.
Yes, as we were visiting the pool, I partook of your waters, which was most rejuvenating. But when one of my associates, she's the don't know, like
She's
what
a
is she?
she's a daughter of the burgomaster of Barovia village. You'd know that.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a better word, but yeah, the daughter of the burgomaster of the village, Barovia village. She came closer to the pool and was visited by an apparition, which went by the name of Sergei, who seemed to be of some relation to the von Zarevich house. If you've heard of him.
I am afraid I have not. This is most concerning. Perhaps the devil has... I hope we have not angered him.
Well, I'm not sure this Sergei was evil within himself, but
if he was a resemblance of the devil, then I'm certainly can assure you that it must be some kind of illusion or some kind of apparition that only he could have caused. The Morning Lord would... We pray to these things to not come to Krezk, and we are fortunate enough to be far enough away from the castle that we do not feel his presence here too often.
Well, maybe if you... it was... you mentioned before the child was born without a soul.
Yes.
Well, it seems like the soul of my companion danced with this Sergei. It was... I do not understand it myself, and it seemed to invoke the jealousy of Strahd van Zarevich, which I assume was the lightning bolt that crashed down from the sky.
He has a horrified expression on his face like this, and he's like, this is extremely concerning news. We will have to put preparations in place. Perhaps the devil will... he looks very scared by this, and he's like, we must do all we can and give all our prayers to make sure that we have not angered him. We Krezkites do not wish to bring any ire to the Lord and Master of this valley.
Well, this brings me on to the next point. We visited the Abbey.
Oh yes, of course. Did you meet with the Abbot? He is an extraordinary gentleman.
He was extraordinary, yes. He did manage to restore my friend's hand.
That is fantastic news. He showed such great kindness to restore my son as well. And you see, as he says that, a small boy of maybe like 13 or 14 kind of comes to the door and kind of looks like awkwardly out, and he's kind of like doesn't say anything, and he kind of looks down. He's like, Ilya, we were just talking about you. Please, this is Mr. Osdred, correct?
Yes.
This is my son, Ilya, and he kind of nods to you kind of nervously.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Ilya.
He's like, please, Ilya, this is, your mother is in a room. Please, go see her. And he kind of like puts his head down and kind of rushes into the other room.
Did Osdred notice anything weird about the boy?
Do me a investigation check if you'd like. Not at all.
He leads on with, and it seems that the Abbot has constructed, or he kind of like confused, a bride for Strahd von Zarevich, or the devil, or...
Well, the Abbot is an Many believe in the village for him to be the devil's servant, or perhaps even the devil himself in disguise.
And this doesn't bother you?
Well, I did share these concerns up until recently. However, the Abbot has lived here for over almost 100 years. He arrived over a century ago, and there were rumours about him that he has not aged a day since he arrived. Of course, it gave me concern, but you must understand that a father. I've lost many children, Mr. Osdred. Ilya is my fourth son, and it was very hard on myself and Anna, and I shared your trepidation. I really did, but after meeting with the man himself and the miracle that he provided us with in bringing my son back to life, I cannot doubt his good nature. He is truly a holy man of the Morning Lord.
While I'm convicted, he did manage to restore my friend's hand, as I said, and...
Exactly. I believe this is evidence more than enough that he is a true and a just individual.
Well, nevertheless, he asked us to provide him with something. Well, he asked my friend to provide him with something as a way of thanks. And in this land, I have no idea where you may get this item, but it is a wedding dress.
That is quite curious that there are no weavers of such talent in Krezk, I'm afraid. Perhaps you could... I have heard there are dressmakers in the town of Valaki, and perhaps there was also rumours the Baron there. I know he was married only a few years ago. Perhaps his wife still has a dress that she would be willing to part with.
Oh, well, that is useful information. Thank you.
I'm glad I can be of assistance.
There was another concerning fact of the Abbey, and I don't know if you have a word for them. I don't know if you've seen them yourself, and he sort of...
You refer to the mongrel folk. I would appreciate it if you did not tell the rest of the village about them. They are... It may scare some of the people. The Abbot assured me that they are being kept there for their own protection.
Where are they? Do you know anything about where they're from, or...?
He kind of looks down. Let me do a quick history check for him. Ooh, okay. I was concerned when I met with the Abbot, but he did reassure me. They are a family that once belonged here in Krezk. To be honest, my father mentioned them, but I thought they were... Their bloodline had long died out. The Bellevue family. The Abbot explained to me that he was quite happy to cure them of a curse and an ailment in their bloodline, but he was saddened. He believed that he unfortunately tried to help the Bellevues improve their... how do I put this? Improve their attributes, and unfortunately it did not have always the completely desired consequences. But the Abbot assures me that this mistake is his alone to take responsibility for, and he assures me that they are of no threat to our village.
What was oddly concerning, I don't know why, but they seem to have fake soldiers on the wall, and I can't really see any reason for it.
Perhaps a defense to keep any of the villagers who get too curious, and like I said, the abbot takes the safety of those under his wing very seriously, and he does not wish to see the mongrel folk come to harm. I dread to think what the people might think if they were to learn such a truth.
I understand. He would also tell him about the initial part of their investigation with trying to find a sheep, and it wasn't very useful.
Mm-hmm. And I assume he would tell him about the father as well.
That they found dead, yeah. He would.
That is grim news, to hear such a thing. He was a good man, Luca's father. I am saddened to hear this. I am sure Luca will appreciate it as well. He may not seem like much, but he is a good-hearted lad.
Well, I returned his father's ring to him. I thought it was the right thing to do.
I do worry. Anna has said that she thinks perhaps someone within the village might be... something might have gotten into the village and broken through the fence in the farm. She mentioned that the fence was broken. I don't know if you noticed such a thing.
No, but...
You did notice Luca, piling up stones next to the fence.
Oh, fuck, there's a fence! Yeah.
So you
Okay.
I thought he was just making a pile of stone.
No, sorry, I wasn't very clear on that. He was piling up stones next to the fence, almost like he was trying to fix something. But do a quick perception check, Osdred, to see if you noticed something when you were there. Oh, just off what you needed. You're not completely sure, but from what you can tell. What you saw, it didn't particularly look like the fence was damaged.
But this guy's just said it was damaged.
Yeah, but it didn't. When you were there, he was piling up rocks. You saw that much. You didn't check it to make sure for certain, so you're not 100%. But it didn't look particularly damaged from what you saw.
Osdred will just say, "Well, we'll give it another look. I think we're a bit distracted by what could have happened at the Abbey."
Indeed, I am glad to hear your friend is back in full health. And please, when you're done for the day, please, we will make up beds in the room for you as best we can, and we can all sit down and appreciate a hearty dinner my wife has prepared.
Well, is there anything I should tell the troop to do? They aren't exactly the most couth lot.
Well, as long as they are helping out any of the villagers, providing chopping wood is something we desperately need for the winter, providing any assistance in helping with the crops or helping with harvesting any of the crops, like I said, and harvesting any of the livestock materials. Anything along that line would be more than appropriate way of assisting the people of our village.
Thank you. I will be off to meet Balthazar now. This meeting has been most enlightening.
I am glad. I will see you for the dinners this evening then.
Have a good day, Burgomaster.
And you, Mr. Osdred. I'll take you back to Krezk maps. So, as it gets on into the evening, sort of 4 to 5 o'clock, it starts to get dark and it starts to get very cold in the air as the winds start rushing down from the mountains above, and there's certainly some very harsh winds that particularly like you, Osdred, Farrah, particularly feel. But apart from that, unless there's anything else you guys would like to do, then we can sort of move over to the evening where you all attend dinner together.
Osdred would relay all the information to everyone before the meeting, just so everyone's caught up.
Yep, makes sense to me.
So I don't know if that'd have an effect about Valaki.
Yeah, I think when he said that picture, facepalm.
Farrah does not say anything. God. Farrah will have also gone and given some herbs to whoever looks like they're in charge of herbs.
Yeah, and you could have found someone in the town square who would have very, very pleased to receive such a thing.
Yeah.
Cool. So, with that in mind then, I will move back to where we just came, but let me grab all your tokens out.
Would Meadhan react to the Valaki thing? He hasn't been there, so...
To the what thing?
The Valaki.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's up for whatever, but he doesn't really have any knowledge or familiarity with it, so... Like, yeah, sure, that's where we need to go. Sounds like a nice place.
And then would anyone tell him about it?
What, as in what went down?
Well, just that we've been there. Farrah's not going to say, so I'm just nudging everyone else.
I think Osdred's just leaving the whole conversation till later.
I think Nigel would just be like, "Oh no, we not go there again."
That should make things clear.
I think my parents are in bed and I can almost hear my dad going, "What the fuck?" through the wall.
Bear with me when I get all these tokens set up.
He'd also be like, we should check that wall more because we obviously missed something as well.
So, you would all make your way back to the cottage. And you'd all be shown inside to a familiar scene that Osdred had been before. And the burgomaster would welcome you with open arms as you all were invited inside his very homely and warm cottage. And it feels nice to be in a place of relative safety and normalcy that you haven't really had since even back in Barovia Village, which was still very much an adjustment period when you were meeting Irina and Ismark. This feels different. It's finally nice to sit down and be able to somewhat relax and somewhat enjoy what you've been able to accomplish so far and what you've been able to gain back in the form of Pitcher's hand as you all sit around for dinner.
Mm-hmm. Is there food already?
Yes,
or
yeah. So you see Anna, his wife, brings out a number of different foods, mostly very hearty vegetables that might survive in such a climate. So you'd see things like very leafy greens and stuff like that, and like deep root vegetables and things like that, and all served up in a very nice way. It smells very nice. There's some... you don't see any meats on the table, which is maybe slightly unusual. But you do see things like eggs, and like there's glasses of milk, and there's a small bottle of wine on the table that bears the Red Dragon Crush label as the burger. Sorry, go on.
Osdred would dump his 2 bottles of wine on the table, and he's like, "I'm not drinking anymore, so I might as well have this."
And the burgomaster would be like, "Oh, this is much appreciated. It is. I hope you all have had a good day within our little community. How did your day fare? Did you meet anyone one in particular? I heard your... Looks to you all, use pitch. I heard the Abbot was able to attend to your wounds.
Yes, without even asking for anything beforehand. He gave me back my hand, and he kind of like slightly sheepishly holds it up and does a little wave.
The Burgomaster kind of looks at it, like the blackened hand. He kind of looks at it with a kind of surprised expression, and he's like, but then he kind of softens a little bit, and his wife comes up. He's like, the Abbot is is such a miracle worker. It is so wonderful to see his work in progress. His demonstration of his abilities. She kind of looks to her son, and she's like, and she holds out her hand and sort of takes his. And she's like, we would not have our boy without his power. You can see that.
How does the boy look?
You can see the boy is like, they've kind of not told you to dig in yet, but he's already just started grabbing stuff off the plate and starts putting it onto his plate, and he's starting just like shoveling it into his mouth almost. And like you see Dimitri when he looks down, he's like, "Oh, Ilya, slow down with you. You're going to choke. He's got such an appetite, this boy." And he shakes his head, kind of like,
"A man after my own heart."
Please, everyone, dig in. You're more than welcome to eat.
Yeah, Farrah starts eating. She takes a little drink of alcohol as well.
Osdred would like slightly stand up, and he'd be like, he'd hold up his glass and be like, "Thank you, and your beautiful family for allowing us sanctuary in your town."
He nods and he says, "Well, without returning the children and dealing with the little werewolf problem, we are also in your debt, so consider us equals at this table. You are a part of this community now." And once again, he sort of turns to Ilya and he's like, "Please slow down your eating, son." Was there anyone else anyone would say during the dinner as you chow down on your delicious food?
I think Pitch would mention to the Burgomaster and his wife, Anna, that he had a lovely afternoon with Nigel helping Alana and Grilsha, and that the people here seem like good people, and
yes,
he must be proud of his community.
I am very proud. Thank you for saying as much. It's very kind. We are a very... There's not many people within the village, not as many as you might find in a place like Valaki, but we work hard and we like to keep to our own, and my motto is very much, my father taught me, is together we are stronger, and but also to be selective in who you pick your friends. Pick your friends wisely, is all I'll say.
Of course, I agree.
But yes, Grilsha and Alana are good people, and I'm glad you enjoyed your work. We have a few sheep and pigs of our own in the back if any of you wish to see.
Sure, after dinner.
Yes, of course, and not during dinner, but later on if any of you wish to, if you're animal lovers or of the sort.
Is it a tradition not to have meat served at the table in Krezk?
Meat is we have to be very conservative and ration it out carefully. We dry it all for winter, you see, especially this time of year. So many of the pigs we try to conserve how much we consume of them, to make sure there is enough to provide the entire community throughout the course of the harsher months. The winter months can be very harsh in Barovia, and Ismark turns to you and he's like, "Yes, indeed. even in the village there are some harsh winds, and it could be difficult at times.
Of course, it's very astute.
Is this something we should prepare for? And she looks like at everyone's clothing.
Certainly, if you are planning to travel further into the mountains, or if you are planning to prepare for winter yourself, those garments, he looks upon, especially like you, Pitch, and like you, Osdred, with your metal armor. He's like, you will need much warmer garments to survive in the harsher climates. You would do best to go speak with one of the guardsmen. Perhaps they can tell you where wolves have been recently sighted from the walls. Occasionally we send small hunting parties out, but it's very rare. We have more than enough to provide for our own, but unfortunately we would not have enough to provide for each of you.
Yeah, fair enough.
So perhaps scavenging some more pelts might be something you should consider.
Mm-hmm.
Should have got some at that fucking cave.
Yep.
Yeah, I did think about it when we left them, but I didn't say anything because I'm Farrah. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, Alright. Yeah, no, I've asked too many questions already. That's fair.
Okay. Is there anything else anyone else would like to say during this time, or shall I just pass the evening as you chat amongst yourselves and enjoy the good food and good drink?
Yeah, Osdred doesn't have anything else important to
Does
say.
anyone want to ask about the sparkly water?
Or the wine.
I think she meant it from the pool.
I know.
Oh, but Osdred said it's dead. Didn't he?
It did.
Yeah, Osdred did communicate that to him earlier.
Yeah. I meant more like, how did it get sparkly? Was it like,
Sounds like Farrah might have a question to ask.
More questions. Yeah. No, zip it.
Pitch is eating potatoes.
Osdred asked about Sergei and he didn't know who he was, so he's not going to push it.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, with that in mind then, the evening passes and it goes later into the night. Maybe a few hours pass after you sit and enjoy your meals, and once you get to a full belly and you pass into the evening. Is there anyone who would like to do anything during the evening?
Depends on what the sleeping arrangements are.
They would they would happily take their son to share their bed with them, which is a bedroom in here, and they there is a room in here that has 2 beds in it, and otherwise they would provide you with blankets and stuff, and you could sleep on the floor within that room, or they would also say you're welcome to sleep in this main room where you've eaten, upon the chairs or anything like that.
Okay.
Meadon's happy to sleep outside.
I will say, if you're trying to sleep outside, it would be particularly cold. Even with Meadham being resistant, you would, over the course of 8 hours, it's still going to be very chilly. So I would have you make 1 Constitution saving throw, if it's what you're planning to do.
Even with a bedroll.
Even with a bed, I mean, yeah, 8 hours out in that weather, even though you're a Goliath, it's going to be at least 1 con save, which is going to...
Easy. No, alright, I'll sleep.
You just sleep on top of a bedroll as well. It's not like a...
Yeah, it's not like a sleeping bag.
Where'd it go?
Oh my god, I want a beanbag.
Oh,
Hmm.
Luke's
Bedding
beanbag.
and a blanket. Don't even have to be rolled up tight.
Oh yeah, Farrah's gonna do one thing, but I'll let everyone else do that thing
Yeah,
first.
okay. So, Meathead, if you want to make a con save for me, if you're staying out.
No, you'll sleep indoors.
Okay, you're sleeping indoors. Okay, so Farrah,
Fuck that.
we'll go to
Well,
you.
wait.
No, go on.
One time,
Osdred, yep, go on.
Osdred was going to use the iron bands he made, and he's going to use Artisan's Blessing
Okay.
chant, and he's going to make the outline of a harp,
Okay.
like out of them, and then give it to Nigel, and be like, just in case he loses his hand again. You said you knew how to string this thing.
Yes. Thank you, Osdred. I know how to string it.
Maybe we should only give it to him if it goes again.
Let's hope it doesn't. I don't know how to string it.
I thought he said he did. No. well, it's funny, isn't it?
Okay, so Osdred has done that. Farrah, what did you want to do?
Farrah's gonna step outside for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna just go around this corner, and she's gonna do a thing. And then she's gonna come back and call over Nigel. It's over here.
Oh, what? He's on his way. Yes.
She says, hang on.
Uh-oh.
It's fine, it's all good.
Usually whenever someone says, I want to have a word with you, it's going to get held off.
No, not this time. She says, I've been thinking a lot about how I've impacted the party especially with you, Nigel. I feel responsible for. I know you've forgiven me already, but I still feel responsible for Lancelot. It's just a small gesture, Nigel, and it won't be a replacement. It'll only last an hour. But I hope it helps you to heal. If you don't feel comfortable, though, I can dismiss it. And she looks down before looking back up at you, Nigel, and she says, call Lancelot.
Lancelot. Oh my god, don't do this.
Look at his tongue.
Yeah. Farrah does step back, though, like way over here.
What?
Nigel wouldn't really know what to say. He'd just sort of sit down on the floor. I assume Lancelot would be like all over him where he dogs up. So he'd 100% let him fuss him, and he'd be like rolling around on the floor with the dog, etc.
Do me a quick perception check for Nigel.
Poor Nigel, I've already forgotten that giant
Natural
monstrosity.
20. Nigel, you look down and you're petting this dog, and it's a real dog as far as you can tell, but you do know it's not Lancelot, really, deep down, but it's as close as it can be in this moment.
No, I feel bad for making Farrah feel bad.
Farrah did say it would only last an hour.
Yeah.
He'd just spend an hour just like fussing it and making it feel loved.
No.
Nigel and Farrah both gain a point of inspiration.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think finally, Pitch.
Yep. Yeah, Pitch. He'd.
I assume this would
He
be
wants-
later in the evening, correct?
It would be later in the evening. He'd want people to start bedding down, and he'd try and find a way for it to be fairly private.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be Nigel and Farrah that he'd ask to help him do it.
Okay. If you want to roleplay that out, then go for it.
Yeah, so I think this would be after the doggo had disappeared.
Yep.
And he'd try and sort of gather them together over to a side and say, there's something I've been thinking about for a while.
No, Pitch. I'm not into that kind of thing.
God.
Not that, Nigel. I've being here and having the orb and seeing what I've seen and all of this has led me to think I can try and work with and through the orb to make a connection with spirits, people who aren't here anymore. I could use your help. It is a ritual. I don't think there will be any danger. I will be leading it. I want to try and talk to Kendall.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Yeah, Farrah's heart kind of sinks at the prospect of that. I mean, if you think that's the right thing to do, Pitch. What kind of guidance do you expect?
Anything while we're here in this place. Everything we've been through, feeling lost, struggling for direction. When he was here, he always knew what to do.
Yeah, she nods sadly. In a way, I wish he were here. For real. But also not. Of course, I'll help you pitch.
Thank you. Nigel?
Of course I help you, but we must be careful.
Right. Yes, of course. I would prefer if we could find some privacy for this. I'm not sure how. It's a small building.
I'll say there's a room over here, Pitch, a door. I'll open it up for you on the dynamic lighting so you can see.
Ta-da! Perhaps in here.
Okay.
Devil doll!
Devil doll. Right. So
Yeah, this would be right. This would be like as the group's falling asleep, pretty much.
Okay.
And he'd set out his ritual. He'd have the orb. Now with both his hands sort of held up in front of him, I think he'd have the three of them sort of sat together in a loose triangle, cross-legged on the ground. And he'd set up what little bits and pieces he has. And he'd lead them in a... I think he'd start off by talking through some memories. This is for Farrah, really.
Yeah.
About Kendall, good memories. And the whole time he'd be trying to, like, focus on summoning the thoughts of him into the orb itself.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Farrah would get a little teary trying to reminisce about even the good stuff.
Yeah, so would Pitch. And I think with Nigel it would be about Nigel is his rock, and he's just like holding his hand and clinging onto him a bit as they're starting it all up.
Okay. So, Pitch. Each of your friends around you sit amongst you, and all the preparation required is ready. However, you still feel a sense of hesitation come over you. The whispers of spirits are no stranger to you at this point, yet this is different. To attempt to commune with him, it is no easy task for you. But you need this. You need his strength, his reassurance, especially now. But most of all, the question that still haunts you more than any shadow or spectre could, you need to know why. So, with hesitation in your heart, but determination at the front of your mind, you sit amongst Nigel and Farrah and you reach into your bag, placing the crystal orb between your crossed legs and gripped firmly between your fingertips. The rest of you look on expectantly as the seconds tick by leisurely, as your curiosity seems to slow the very pace of time itself. And then, as if on Pitch's command, smoke begins to whirl within the orb. First it is small, as if from the echoes of the sparks that light a campfire. But then it begins to coalesce into that might which resemble the heights of a bonfire. As Pitch gently caresses the surface of the glass, the smoke reacts to it, like an orchestra reacting to their conductor. It begins to rise, twirl and dance its way throughout the orb. You are tempted to look up and meet Pitch's gaze, but his focus is completely on the orb itself, and you are all equally drawn in by the performance within this smoggy diorama. Slowly but surely the smoke begins to die down, and before you know it, the orb is empty. However, the act is not finished. As if readying itself for an encore, the smoke begins to form once more, but this time in the centre of your circle. It rises as if climbing an invisible ladder, and within it a crude figure begins to form. Moments pass and it becomes more defined, more rigid, more familiar. The edges of this shapeless, blurred mass sharpen, and the rugged visage of Kendall Danish Clancy coalesces before you. He locks eyes with you, Pitch, and he smiles. The smile is knowing, whilst it tries to tell a story of reassurance. All it can spell out is that of recognition. Realization of what has and what is happening. His face grows more stern for a moment, and he looks to you and he says, "Surethos, it has been a moment, has it not?" And he turns to you, Farrah, and he says, "Hello, girl. You've grown into quite the woman when I looked away, haven't you? Hope you kept up practice with that sword arm."
Yeah. Farrah's like shaking.
Mm-hmm.
Nigel would put his hand on Farrah's shoulder.
looks down at you and he nods. And he places a smoky hand out upon your shoulder. And then he looks to you, Pitch.
I don't know what to say. I couldn't believe that it would work. Everything's better with you here.
He just says, I'm glad, but there is a reason I'm here. Do tell me, Pitch. Do tell me, Surethos. Why have you summoned me here?
We need your help. We're in a dark place. We're struggling. The Oath is struggling. We're in a cursed land, Kendall. We don't know how to get away, how to get out. You always knew what to do. We need your leadership. Can you see a way forward for us?
He sighs deeply. And he says, look at me, boy. Look me in my eye. And you, girl. He looks to Nigel, he's like, I don't know you, but...
Nigel's just like, looking like, okay, alright.
Yeah, Farrah looks up at him and she's sort of choking back sobs, pretty much.
I don't know where you are or what's happened, but remember that there are things in life we don't want to happen, but have to accept. Things we don't want to know, but have to learn. And people we can't live without, but have to let go. One of the hardest lessons in life is letting go. Whether it's guilt, anger, love, loss, or even betrayal. Change is never easy. We fight to hold on, and we fight to let go. So look me in the eyes, Surethos, and you promise me that whatever lesson you are learning, whatever pain you are suffering, and whatever evil in this world is pulling you down, don't you dare give up that fight. Because the fight is all we've got in this fucked up world. Even if we die fighting it. And then, without warning, a hand reaches out from the smoke and places it upon your newly formed hand. And you feel, for what must be the first time in a while, hope. And then you feel a wetness upon your cheeks. And he's gone. And you just
Trevor
sit
just slumps back.
in a circle amongst each other in complete silence and total darkness.
Thank you both. I needed that more than I can say.
Yeah, Farrah looks towards Pitch, and she's just got tears running all the way down her face, right down her neck, and she can't really speak.
Yeah, he just grabs her up in a hug and like flails out his arm towards Nigel to pull him in for a big bear hug around them.
I don't think you want to do that because he will crush you. But yes, he would hug you both at the same time. I not meet him, but he seemed like very wise man. I see why you love him.
He would have liked you.
Farrah just squishes him tighter and just kind of nods a bit.
And after a few moments, the silence is broken by the sound of Osdred snoring. Not far from outside the room. If you haven't already, you each gain a point of inspiration. I think I've already given everyone in that room one, so.
Yeah. Double inspiration.
All the way across the sky.
Oh, yeah.
However, the night is not quite yet over.
Ah, fuck.
Shit.
As
Whose turn is it this time?
you
It was
hear,
such a nice thing.
as you hear the snores of Osdred echoing from across the room, suddenly all of you hear this something, almost a sound of something like coming into existence that wasn't there before. Osdred.
Mm.
Let me just prepare the music. Where is it? This was it. No, that's not it.
Oh. Fuck that, we don't want that.
No, that's the wrong one, sorry. Let me find the right one. Let's go with this one for now. So, Osdred. I hope Kieran's there, by the way, because
I am.
okay, good. Osdred, as you settle into a deep and dark sleep, your mouth begins to feel dry. You blink for a moment, and there is sand within the corners of your eyes. It's thick and it almost hurts to open your eyes and let in what little light remains in the room you lie in. You start to feel groggy. You know the feeling well. A night out in Waterdeep follows a harsh morning. And then a night drinking alone. Drinking your sorrows away. You begin to become numb to the effects. It hurts, and you feel sickly, but it's almost nice. It makes you feel alive, and for a moment, you don't feel like you're trapped in the confines of Barovia. You feel like you are home. And then, from within your mind, a voice echoes. It has been too long since you have imbibed. You think you do not need it? Need me? I have been easy on you this far. I can see you trying to lead. You lead. Pathetic. You're weak. You have only survived this long without your medicine. Because of me. I have allowed it to make you strong. Stronger. Only I can free you. Your drink is the only thing that can free you. So here, won't you have a sip, Before you, Osdred, you see a dark figure. At first they appear as a wisp, or perhaps a sliver of darkness, but then they begin to expand and to form something resembling a humanoid. They reach out with a shadowy tendril, and at the end, a bottle. The finest ale. What do you do?
He just looks at it, and he just kind of like gahuffs. And he's like, I put any physical drink I had on that table tonight. You really think that will tempt me? You've barely done anything.
And the figure throws the bottle into the floor, which smashes up, the liquid splashing onto your front and shards of glass splatting up into your arm. You are even more pathetic than I thought. After all you have been through, you still have a sliver of hope within you, something you hold on to. An optimist, somehow. Even though you are trapped within this forsaken land, you know deep down, though, pessimism is realism. Perhaps you need a reality check. And as the bottle drops from the tendrils, you see it forms into a dark claw that slashes out at you, threatening to tear you in half. You wince and close your eyes, ready to accept the punishment. However, it does not come. Behind your eyes, within your own personal darkness, you begin to feel the heat of the forge surround you. You open your eyes once more. They're still heavy, filled with sand. It hurts, but you pull them open. You know you must face it. And before you, you see a dwarf. His features are impossible to make out beneath his thick set of heavy armour. All you can make out is the light emanating from his shield that is desperately holding back this shadow claw. A shield emblazoned with a silhouette of a mountain with a central gemstone lying in the centre. With his other hand, he reaches out towards you. Do you accept?
Yeah. Take it.
Then with one fell swoop... if you reach your hand out towards the hand of the dwarven man in front of you, and instead of taking your hand, he summons a forge hammer made of molten metal. And he passes it to you. And he says,
Strike at your own demons, Osdred's son. I cannot defeat them for you. My power grows weak in this forbidden place. You can feel the pain each time you call upon me. As he looks towards the shadowy claw that is pushing him further and further downwards, barely being able to resist the strength of this being. Defeating your demons, that is down to you, but I will help you. Your friends will help you. And suddenly you see flashes of each and every member of the Iron Oaths around you. Put faith in them, as you have in me, Osdredson, and put faith in yourself, and make your god proud. And the hammer of molten metal forges in your hand as a blinding light radiates across you, the shadow consuming the dwarven man, leaving you alone to face it. But not quite alone. As you look down at the hammer and the shadowy being glides towards you, do you swing out at your demons, Osdred?
Of course. And he'd be like, I'll accept any amount of pain to get them out of this land.
And then with one fell swoop, you swing the forge hammer, and the being shrieks in pain, burning with the molten fire of You will regret this! You cannot leave this land without me! You will be trapped forever! You have no hope. You have nothing. And then it goes silent, and you awaken suddenly, drenched in sweat. And in your hand lies the very same hammer. Anyone in the room around, Pitch, Farrah, Nigel, you hear this hammer come into existence, as if I described before. It's loud enough to wake any of you surrounding, and any who would look upon Osdred would see him holding a hammer made of molten steel that forges within his hand. Osdred, please feel free to change your levels, as we discussed.
Yeah.
Mechanically, if you'd like to describe to everyone what has happened to Osdred, please, Kieran.
Yeah, so I think Osdred's made a pact with like an angel of Doomerfoin.
Well,
Or summon.
essentially, I'll say for narratively, Doomerfoin's power has basically run out in this land, as he cannot send any more to you. But what has happened is that he has channeled what power remains into a weapon.
Damn.
Yeah.
And now
That's fucking badass.
Osdred has now become a warlock.
Damn.
A pact of
But
the blade.
he's still level 1 forge cleric.
He's still,
but-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I kept most of it the same-ish. So
Yeah.
to be consistent. But I like the idea.
Refocusing.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Right, and with that, I think I know it's a bit short, but I think that is a good place to stop for this evening, especially as George is having technology problems.
Poor George.
Yeah, I think so.
Fucking hell, Lewis. That was incredible. Oh
Thank
my
you.
god.
Thank you, that's
Fucking hell.
very kind.
Oh.
God.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Hannah, you got crazy skills for the amount of emotion you put into your voice. I was just sat there like, I wish I could do that.
Well,
Can
I
you
mean,
teach
it's
me
kind of
before?
real.
Can you teach me before the next Waterdeep so that Davy can cry for Barlin?
Oh.
That's right. You just got to cry for real, like I do. You know, it's not
I
fake.
don't know how.
It's weird, like, because I am a total crying tap shower or whatever when it comes to like any emotional show or film or whatever. I'm just like, but I find it really hard to like summon it.
I find it hard as well.
Well, can't
'Cause
say what it is. It just comes out.
It's 'cause
Hannah,
of the
you are in the
man,
wrong
yes.
profession.
I don't know.
You did really good. And I thought
Your RPing is incredibly good.
it is really good. Yeah.
Thank you.
The RP power couple.
I hope you.
Yes, yes,
for
that's
sure.
so true.
Yeah.
This
God, I
was.
wish.
Yeah, I whispered you, Lewis, about the spell that Pitch is getting from
yes.
the ritual. But I also meant when I said in that was one of my favourite D&D moments ever. I was so absorbed in that. Oh my god.
Oh, thank you. That's
really good.
very kind. I spent a long time writing that out and trying to pull what.
The imagery you used, mwah,
Yeah.
just incredible. It's always great because I can hear whenever there's like a particularly. I think you and I have similar tastes in writing, Steph. Because whenever there's a particularly great little bit of imagery, and I'm just like, oh, I can hear Steph being like, yeah, or a little like, yeah. I'm just like,
As if you're
fucking
writing it to
yeah.
satisfy your audience. Like, I know what you want.
Oh, some of the phrase "personal darkness" being like behind your eyelids when you're sleeping. Oh my god, I love that.
Yeah, that was really nice. It's Some really good writing in there, Lewis.
Seriously good writing.
I've gotten a lot. I do feel like I've gotten a lot better over the course of this campaign, which is very nice. And
I think it's really nice, like length of description and not being like overblown with it as well. So
it's difficult to manage. It's definitely difficult.
Balance.
I hope you enjoyed Osdred's stream and
I did.
Uncle Kieran.
That's fucking badass.
Yeah.
Molten hammer. I love dwarven traditional shit.
Yeah, so do I. It's so great.
Easily, when I read the blah blah blah. What's it called? Icewind Dale not trilogy. When I read one of the Drizzt books, he's the main character, but the actual best character is his dwarven friend. He has loads of stuff like that in the book, and it's just like, oh, that's so cool. Dwarven tradition. Take up your father's hammer. It's just like...
Yeah, I love the idea of Osdred having this fucking like fucking war forge hammer that just forged of molten metal and just we had some cool ideas for it, well, didn't we, Kieran, with terms of like theming?
Yeah. Playing Ingvar was also very tempting to go war.
You saw the power.
What's he gonna do with like AC and stuff? Because it's very different.
Well, he's still got the level 1 in Forge,
not really.
which
Okay, right, that'll give him the heavy. Yeah.
So
he's got 19 AC still.
I assume you went Warlock because you got the charisma and not the wisdom.
Well, it wasn't really the reason, but it helps.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about, Kieran, weren't we? Like of the Eldritch Blast, like coming out of the Forge Hammer and like blasting towards like a molten kind of like metal towards the end.
Yeah, like the head comes off and then shoots out and then it reforms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
So it should be interesting. And you still got a lot of your Celestial Warlock, aren't you? So you still get a lot of healing stuff.
So most of the spells are the same, to be honest.
And you get the pool of healing D6s, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And I also get the lower level spell slots as well.
Yeah, for the level 1 cleric.
Nice.
I think that's really cool.
Still do a bit of healing then, that'll be helpful.
Nah.
Give it to Pitch.
I never did any anyway.
No, true.
Still gonna guide and bolt all the shit.
True, yeah.
Oh, the spell I've chosen is so great. Oh, you took mirror image! Yeah!
So it's going to be like 19 AC with mirror image, yeah.
Ingvar's so proud.
I saw the spell you chose, Tom. That's so fucking cool.
It's perfect.
It's great, yeah.
I was looking through the list and I was like, nope, that doesn't make any sense. Why would he have that? Why would he have that? Why would he have that?
Yeah.
And I saw that and I was like, oh my god, that's actually perfect. Because the damage you take when you do it is necrotic damage as well.
Yeah, super cool.
There was one thing I was meaning to ask this.
Oh yeah, go on.
Because I took armor of Agathis.
Yes, which is a very cool
So
spell.
that's frost damage. I was wondering if it could be fire damage.
Yeah, I'm totally happy to make that fire damage.
Yeah.
Oh, molten armor.
Yeah, the armor just goes. The armor itself just heats up around you, and you're just like flaming dwarf. That'd be fucking badass. I hope everyone enjoyed the Abbot.
Oh yeah,
so fucking creepy. So fucking creepy.
Can anyone guess, and especially Stefan should be able to guess this more than anyone else, what character I based him on?
The Abbot.
No idea.
Hannah won't know at all. Stefan is the most likely to know. You won't know either, right? Tom, you could know.
Eggman.
Slow, deliberate.
It's not a million miles away. Kieran, I'll say it's based off G-Man from Half-Life.
Oh yeah. I can see that.
Trace of basis vocal patterns. I've been listening to G-Man stuff all day to try and get.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
he was so creepy.
I wanted him to feel very alien. Is the thing. Is the word.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he was.
Especially with us watching G streaming Resi Lewis.
Yeah. Yes.
My horror sense was alarming. The alarm bells were ringing in my head, just like, get out, get out, get out.
He's been
Give me my hand and get out.
He's been the one NPC I've probably been the most excited to play for the entire campaign, so I'm so glad I got too far.
Chilling.
He's very interesting, and yeah, probably one of my favourite stories. And I love playing the mongrel folk as well.
No, you were great with them.
They
were amazing.
They're just Lewis characters through and through.
God. I'm so smart.
And literally, because they all have a form of indefinite madness, and those two at the front, the one Otto, the one you interacted mostly, I'll read it out to you. Hold on, where is it?
Is the best.
His madness is, I am the smartest, wisest, strongest, fastest, and most beautiful person I know. And then Siegfried, the other one, was her madness is embodied by the following statement: I don't like the way people judge me all the time.
No.
That's a madness. I know loads of people like that.
Should have done that for Belvedere.
When Lewis said something about it being the Bellevue family, I was just like, Belvedere, Bellevue family.
That is just the original name of the family, but yeah, that's certainly how you link it in, Kieran.
Belvedere Bellevue is a great name.
Yeah, well...
Perhaps if you guys survive and you manage to clear the mists, then maybe one of the mongrel folk wanders out into Waterdeep.
Kieran's like, he's already got a surname. His surname is Bellevue McNightpain.
It's Crawford. But,
Oh yeah, I remember.
Maybe it's a fake surname. His real name is Belvedere.
Yeah,
Belvedere Bellevue.
Yes, master.
Get out of here, Belvedere.
That was a really fun session. Sorry, it's a bit short and casual, but I didn't want to keep people too late, and also George disconnecting kind of made it me.
Yeah.
That short.
That was still 4 hours.
Feels like a good place to end as well.
Yeah,
anyways.
exactly, definitely. I don't want to carry on and stop halfway through something, so.
Yeah.
And I've dragged you back to Valaki now, boys.
You bastard!
And if you don't go, that promise of what he said.
Oh, I am not. I have to get the wedding dress.
Yeah.
Because it won't just be your handfuls off. It'll be some horrific shit.
Yep.
Pitch will be dead or something.
He's powerful. The fact that he can cast spells that essentially.
Yep. And he did it so casually.
Yep.
It wasn't like, I need to gather my energies for the day. It was just like, oh, yeah, there you go. There's your handbag. It's like, oh, fuck.
That's like at least that's Greater Restoration, which is what, like 6th level, 5th level.
Yeah, he's got game.
Yeah.
He's like, if we get your dress, you come with us and you take down Strahd.
He's preparing Strahd's wife for him.
Yep.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Which we're now taking part in as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we really want to be party to him helping Strahd?
It's either
It's either that or Pitch dies, I bet you. It won't be the handfuls off, it will be the hands like instantly gangrenous and Pitch goes into septic shock and just dies next to you.
We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe he'll be made into a bride for Strahd.
Pitch.
Yeah, be part of one. Yeah,
Am I allowed to give up now, Danish? As he's in his wedding dress for Strahd.
No!
Don't let go, boy.
You bend over and take it.
Do you have any idea how many wedding dresses I had to wear?
He actually said he did do that though, didn't we? He disguised himself as the
Yeah,
Duchess.
he did.
Yeah. Oh,
Completely forgot that.
It's been nice having a kind of. It's been really nice having a kind of character who's never no one's played as him or anything, but it's just kind of like a background running character through everyone's stories kind of thing. I'm really proud of that one thing of the backstory.
Yeah, really like it.
Yeah. Anyway,
I kind of wish I said a bit more to him.
no, you did fucking great, Hannah. It was perfect.
Also not.
No,
Yeah.
you did really
You
good.
said immediately what Pitch wanted to say, just saying you missed him
Yeah.
so well with so much emotion.
Yeah.
It allowed pitch to be a bit more like, please help us. Please help us. And Kendall's answer, or Kendall's response, pretty much answered one of Pitch's main questions as well that he wanted to ask him.
That's good then. What question was it?
Like why he did what he did, why Kendall did what he did that led to his death.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
But by Kendall being like, sometimes, even if you have to let go of your life, or if you have to let go of these things, you got to do what's right and not give up hope in what's like right in the world.
Yeah.
That kind of answered his question.
You should give the party a lot of hope going forward, I think, with Osdred getting this new thing from Doomafoin and telling him to put faith in his friends like he does in his god. And
the substitute teachers are back, boys. They've been given cocaine. It's great. We're going on a fucking road trip.
I need to think about how it's affected Farrah.
Yeah,
Farrah's got a whole mess of stuff going on.
Yep. Oh, right. Thank you, everyone.
So fucking funny. That's the funniest shit in any D&D session. Watching Hannah's pain and not us being able to ask the question she wants to ask. Just like, nope, I got nothing to say. And we're all just there like, no more questions, we're fine. You sure you don't want to ask about that, guys? No.
God.
Not really bothered, really.
Not really that
Slamming the table.
Head slam the keyboard.
Yeah, you can just imagine in person, Hannah flips the table, it's just like, I'm fucking done!
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go now, guys, so I won't keep you for any longer. I'm going to get some
Thank you, Lewis. That was awesome.
Deserved rest.
Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Oh, Lewis,
Bye, guys.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
I'll send you the audio file or whatever.
Just keep it on your computer for now, and if it goes like fucking wrong, it doesn't seem like it's gone wrong on my end, so
Okay, cool.
That's
I'll just
fine.
be back up.
yeah, just back
Sweet.
up. Awesome. Laters, taters.
Bye!
Good night, all.
Good night!
Bye.